Hello, testing, testing. Okay, hello everyone. How's everyone doing? Buckle in. Give me a second. I gotta look for this clip. How's everyone doing? How's everyone feeling? Just a reminder, my name is Brittany Simon. We do philosophy through pop culture. We do not do things the way your mother used to. We do things the way your great grandchild might. So we're looking towards the future here. Let me pull up this comment I want to talk about. Let me see where.
Right.
That's past Brittany talking.
Like
Ignore her.
Human beings.
Whoa.
Right? Or that.
Everybody stop. Okay, everybody stop playing. Hold on, let me look for this comment. Remember, this is a philosophy channel, so if you have questions or comments, like, we can definitely go over it. I want to go over this comment here, and I want to go over, let's see. Don't save him, don't save him. Don't save him. Okay, hold on. We want to talk about this. And we want to talk about, where is this comment? Am I crazy? Did I forget where this comment came from? Give me a second. Give me a second. I'm not looking at chat yet. Hold on. Okay, here's the comment. So where's this comment on? Oh, it's on this video. Fuck it. I'll just read it from here. 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 Hold on, I'm not looking at chat. I have no idea what you're saying to me. I'm assuming you're saying that I'm beautiful, gorgeous, smart, and fabulous, which I will agree to. I will agree to that. Okay, let's see. Okay. Okay, I'm looking. Okay, whoa! All right. Hi, everyone. How's everyone doing? I spent my morning listening to music. As we do in this house, okay? And it was wonderful, okay? I got my cardio in. I got my movement in for the day. I never bounced so much in my life. And I've had a lot of sex. Okay? I was bouncing today, and I think that's why my curls look so good, because I was like, but it was a dance day. It was a dance day, okay? Right? Let's see. Lots to talk about today. Lots to do today. I can start off by reading chat. You guys are asking me to read chat. I can read chat, and then I'll go to comments, and then we'll just talk about some of the topics I have for today. I've got a bunch of thumbnails. I got a bunch of tabs open like usual, and we'll talk about it today. So, here's this. Let's see. What is chat asking me about? Chat is saying, I've been wanting Brittany to talk about it. What, the halftime show? Okay, I have to be completely transparent with you. I don't watch halftime shows. The last time I watched was Beyonce 10 years ago. And we're going to actually talk about that one today a little bit. But I haven't watched the halftime show since Beyonce 10 years ago. So I did watch the Bad Bunny halftime show on TikTok clips. I did watch it. Sort of. So I'm probably not the best source to talk about whatever you want me to talk about, but I don't watch. You know what I'm saying? Like, I just think the NFL is one of the most disgusting organizations that continues to uphold systems of oppression against minority people. And I just feel like engaging with it is all kind of fucked. But okay, I also watched a little bit of Kendrick's halftime show, but again, I didn't watch the whole thing because like I'm not like diligent watching things from beginning to end when it's this stuff. So football is just like, it's a little bit outside my bubble, and so I didn't engage in it. You know what I mean? But shout out to Bad Bunny. Love to see the representation. Shout out to, Chad says you didn't watch Kid Rock. I especially didn't watch Kid Rock. Especially didn't watch Kid Rock. I did see a sweet TikTok, though, that made me cry about Bad Bunny and the halftime show. Let me see if I have it saved. I think I do. I did see this TikTok, and it made me cry. I mean, I cried. You know what I cried about? Watching people's reactions to the halftime show. But I didn't care about the halftime show as much as I cared about how people felt about the halftime show, if that makes sense. Hold on, let me see if I have this video. It really just made this one. It said, and just for a moment, all was right with the world. And it's just people celebrating Bad Bunny. Like, I cried when I saw that. I thought that was really beautiful. You know, I think that's what I've really been enjoying looking at, is like how people feel. And I think that's really beautiful. So please don't get it wrong that I don't think the representation is important, or I feel like I'm being asked a weird question. Like, did you watch this thing that you normally would never watch in your real life? And did you watch it because you knew the internet would ask you about it? And the answer is no. I didn't watch this thing so the internet could ask me about it and I could say I saw it. I didn't do that. But if you're asking me, did I see the impact it made on the community and I saw the way people felt representation? Yeah, like I saw that and that was beautiful. So does that clarify that? Right? Like, yeah, it's beautiful. You know, Chet said it's pop culture, girl. That's why we're asking you. I know for sure, 1,000. I'm just trying to be transparent with you that I wasn't in that particular pop culture bubble. I'm trying to communicate to you that I wasn't able to keep up with it, nor was I able to stay engaged in the Super Bowl that Sunday, nor was I able to have any of the time in my day to research it, nor was I did not dedicate or prioritize any of my spoons to this particular story. Is that fair? Also, on the day that it was happening, I had some personal stuff to deal with family, so I was definitely not even aware the Super Bowl was happening until my friend told me that day. They were like, it's a Super Bowl today. I was like, girl, I'm too busy. I got family stuff today. And not good stuff, okay? Like some, you know what I mean? So I'm just letting you know, Yeah. Just so I didn't have to lie to anybody and say that I saw it or something. But let's see. Somebody did have a question for me in particular. I just want to make sure that I can answer it. So let's see. Chat, let me scroll up. You said, my question, Bad Bunny seems to support the LGBTQI community. He has made a song talking about women dancing on their own to highlight that women don't owe anything to anyone. Overall, he seems to have a great message. However, I was listening to his music today and realized his older albums had a lot of wording that made me feel icky. I don't know if it is the culture or what, but a lot of the songs reduce women's to body parts and things like that. And I don't know how I feel about it. What do you guys think? Is that the question you want me to answer? Or is it just me being silly about something sounding a little vulgar? Is that the question you want me to talk about? I would say, I would say, I would say that art, first and foremost, should speak to your spirit. It should speak to your body. It should speak to your consciousness. Art, secondarily, can be something you're superficially engaging with because it's just kind of a vibe or culturally relevant. I think when we think from a critical lens and we go analytical, this is different than emotional. Both are valid, both are important. When we think about things analytically, we're asking a different question. We're asking not a question about Bad Bunny singularly, because he doesn't exist singularly. This man has over 30 million followers on social media. We're asking a greater question about the system he engages with in order to maintain that prominence. We're talking about his status as a celebrity. We're talking about his status as a man. We're talking about whether or not he even has agency over lyrics or expression. Every time I think, oh, this artist must have written this song, I realize, oh, they had songwriters. So I think the question is, how do you singularly engage with the art? And then how do you feel about the art as it relates to the world? Which is why we're going to talk a little bit about Bell Hooks' criticism of Beyonce as it relates to Hassan Piker. Because once again, and I just, I'm going to talk to my community today. I'm going to really focus on talking to you guys today, because I really do think that there is so much dishonesty, intellectual dishonesty about these conversations, because we feel like if we agree that the lyrics are misogynistic, then somehow we lose the connection to the representation, right? Can we not enjoy the halftime show and Bad Bunny representing and singing in Spanish without also, but you can do both. In the same way, when you see Whitney Houston, you know, at the NFL games and you realize she's singing a patriotic song that represents America, you can feel deeply moved and more American than you've ever felt, or you can feel also cynical and critical of the lyrics that she's singing and the way she's presenting. But two things are happening at once. That's how people are. We are walking contradictions. We feel the most patriotic we've ever felt, and we're arguing about the system. We don't hate America when we criticize her. We're holding her accountable. We do it out of love. We want her to change. So I do think there is like a conversation to be had about what is your relationship to and what is your goal with that needs to come into play. Okay, so I think that's really the question. Does that help? Does that answer the question? You know, I was listening to WAP this morning, as one does. As I was in my shower twerking, WAP is officially kind of ruined for me because all I hear is Ben Shapiro's voice in my head, like, oh, wet ass pussy. my wife's pussy. Like, that's all I hear now. But I was, enjoying my morning, mix of Cardi B and Meg Thee Stallion and I was really enjoying myself, but I kept laughing at just the commentary around the music and also the way that it feels. And it's an interesting idea, but I will say Meg and Cardi might have the greatest visuals and videos I have ever seen. They're so good. They're so good. They really they make you feel pretty and powerful, pretty and powerful. So yeah, I think we have to hold contradictions. And that's why I say, be careful of your categorization of things. But I think ultimately it's about, it is about holding that contradiction. Speaking of which, actually, let's go to this comment. Rise Again, thank you so much for the super chat. Says it's not supposed to be wet. My doctor wife said pussies are not supposed to be that wet. That's a problem. He said, Ben Shapiro said, oh Lord, what a time that was. Doesn't that feel like so long ago? Okay, I got this comment on my video about Hassan Piker. Now, reminder, now this is always the dilemma as a streamer, is you've got this 4 to 6 hour stream in which you expand on ideas later, you get asked questions, and they don't always get clipped, but sometimes people only see the clips and they don't get to see the follow-up. But just a reminder that I'm never making prescriptions about people because I'm not here to tell you what to do. I'm just telling you and offering you a suggestion based off of what you are aiming for, right? This commenter said, stop being good in quotations, instead be kind and move forward, move with empathy and curiosity. We must stop ignoring the laws of living. And this person and I went back and forth, so we did have a good convo, so shout out to them, right? And I must disagree. Politics begets philosophy, begets politics, and the start of the societal cycle no longer matters. You cannot divide the politics that affects every moving part of your life from the philosophies you chase to understand the world. Also, we are great storytellers, but we are not living in a story. Narrative focused behaviors and beliefs are what got us here in the first place because we arrogantly nuanced and storied ourselves into being special. Some unique quirk of evolution we are not. We are a cog in the ecosystem and we continue to choose to buck our responsibility to the world around us. Our actions harm our planet and not just ourselves. Sometimes I agree with Brittany near 100%, but then I'm reminded we're all human and vulnerable to anthropocentrism in both the overt and covert directions. Okay, so this is something we've been talking about a lot lately on my channel, and I want to continue to have it because I think this is important. Sometimes you guys will leave me comments with, I don't agree with Brittany here, but I agree with you. And I need you to hear me. I agree with you. Instead of disagreeing with me, expand on the thought, because now you've put me on the defense, and I have to sit there and explain to you how we already agree. So why are you disagreeing with me, right? And then I have to do all the labor of deconstructing your message because you didn't hear me the first time because you assumed I was using language like somebody else in a different bubble, right? And I know for the rest of my career, my content will be, I didn't say that. I didn't say that, but that's okay. I didn't say that, okay? So that's no big deal. But when you already started off with, I disagree, Brittany really dropped the ball here. Brittany's opinion, your opinion is my opinion. Like, people in my chat were like, I disagree with Brittany. Gavin Newsom's horrible. I literally said in my own video, fuck Gavin Newsom. I'm not even guaranteeing voting for him. How could you disagree with me? We agree. You know what I mean? I want you to hear it so you don't put into your own mind and heart, you know what I'm saying? Like a disconnect that's unnecessary. You know what I mean? Okay, so I went back and forth with this person. I said, hey, I'll respond to this on stream, but I think we agree, but disagree about what it means to accept that we are part of the universe and not the center of it. Maybe I'm not completely sure, but I'll respond on stream. They said, I don't tend to watch anyone live. It gets extremely overstimulating every time. However, if this gets uploaded as a video, I'll continue the conversation. I'm not uploading this as a video because it just, people, you know. I said, I wondered if you might be outdated on my work. I'm always updating my stances, so I have a feeling we probably mostly agree. Either way, wishing you well. They said they said we probably do, to be honest. In fact, I know I do nearly all the time. Whenever I disagree, I like to step back into myself and see if I can figure out why. But it usually comes down to me seeing a lot of unexamined and anthropocentrism. I can't say this word. It's basically centering human beings as like the focus of the universe, which I actively say we are not the center of the universe. We are just a part of it, right? You guys know I actively say the thing that really popped my bubble is like, we're not the center of the universe, right? Human centricness. Yeah. So, okay. And that's fine. Okay. But to be fair, this is an embodied value. I've had mostly subconsciously until recently, and I fear I may get a little overzealous at times. I really appreciate your time. I never expect responses. They were really nice. Okay. But I want to say this going back to their original message. Okay. This is the contradiction that's difficult. Our actions harm the planet and not just ourselves. My work is centered on getting human beings to understand, and if they're ready to go on that journey, accept that they're animals on a planet. But you can't change the nature of a dog. You can only give it like options to have a different relationship to it. And I know human beings have a racist history of comparing humans to animals, but in a serious way, we are literally animals. So yes, people have weaponized our nature against us, but we are literally animals on a planet. So if my work centered around, like, I don't know, chimpanzees or dogs, I'd be having a conversation that's around that, but my work is around this animal, us. So it's gonna sound like I'm coming from a narrative, like, of storytelling that says we're the center, but it's not. It's to say we are part of a larger story. But even for them to say we're a cog in the ecosystem and we continue to choose to buck our responsibility, I don't think we're choosing it. I don't think we have the free will to choose much because I think we're animals on a planet. So it's interesting that from their perspective, they're saying we're animals on a planet, but we're not making good choices. And I'm saying we're animals on a planet. How many choices could we possibly make? And this is the difference. Is like, I'm saying, I'm not sure people can make different choices, because how can you make a different choice if I get on a stream and I say something and you go, oh, I disagree. I believe this. And I just said the same thing you said, but in a different way. This is why we don't have the free will to automatically understand people. We don't have the choice and really comprehending. We're limited with comprehension. So we are stuck in a cycle of repeating habits because we're unable to always perfectly decipher information, right? But I understand what they're saying. This here, the storyteller narrative, there is a boy bubble. There's a like a Wolf of Wall Street boy bubble. It's like, who are you in this story? Are you the homeless guy? Are you the McDonald's worker? Or are you the fucking CEO? Yeah, that sort of storytelling is bad, but we're obviously in a story in which we will not be remembered. Guys, none of us are going to end up in no history books. We will literally be a forgotten population. In the same way, every population, whoever came before us, is just the group of people who lived here. The Romans, the Palestinians, the Jews, we are just the. And if we're going to be a then it kind of feels like I'm damn part of a story I didn't get a say in. So then you have to understand, okay, if I'm going to be the, and even if you're the guy, your story's still going to be mistold. But if I'm the, okay, the women, the queers, the then it feels like the story I have to remind myself of is not to lose hope in the fact that I will be just a part of something, but that I can be a part of something. See how the tone is different? Okay. And that's kind of the point that I think is interesting. Yes, I agree. Sometimes when people feel like you're the main character, it's all about you. Everything's centered around your universe. That can come at the expense of others. But also to humble yourself, you have to understand like, hey, do you know who you are in the story? Because you're the bad guy. If only MAGA could see who they are in the story, they would realize they're the bad guy. And they would go, holy fuck, what the fuck am I doing? And maybe they would change. Or maybe they double down. But this idea that we don't know who we are in the story, we don't know who we are in history is a part of the problem. And we're not allowing ourselves for it to be true, right? And that's really the issue with a lot of this is like, I hear you. I'm with you. I see you. But I do not think we are accepting what it means to be a person. And I don't think we're accepting that we can have a deeper relationship with our biological experience, but we are also limited. And this is the contradiction that Robert Sapolsky talks about in his work. And people are so inherently like, we're so violent, we're so bigoted, we're so prejudiced that we still have to even examine that part of it. And by the way, we're going to talk a lot about that today. You know, there's a lot of N-word stuff going on right now that's so strange to me. Like, it's so, like, these two stories I'm about to share with you are beyond perplexing. And I also want to bring this into a conversation that happened yesterday. You know how we watched Curry yesterday? Philosopher. And it was a really great conversation and I really loved it. And it was such a good conversation. We're going to watch more of him today. This person left a comment on my video because you remember how he was reading about the dark side of feminism and he was talking about white feminism. Okay. This person said, did you really not know the first wave feminism was super racist? I believe TERFs come from the second wave. Now, here's something that happens in this space that I need to keep pointing out. This space has a tendency to philosophy and politics to see, they suppress their feelings. Actually, I'll just read you my reply to this person. I said, I'm going to assume this is a real question. My shock is not from learning something new. It's from the horrors of what was being said. We learn new details, but it isn't that we didn't know it was super racist. It was that racism is still and should be shocking. There's this difference between learning something new and being horrified about what you're listening to. Because that's what got me into a trap in the debate bubble is people would say horrible shit and I wouldn't react. Because if you reacted, you were weak. If you reacted, you were stupid. Oh, you didn't know this? Oh, you didn't fucking know this? Are you dumb bitch? And then I was like, okay, I just won't react. And then it was like, oh my God, you're complicit. Oh my God, Brittany, you're not reacting. This is horrible. And I'm like, which one do you want? Do you want me to react or not react? Because both get you made fun of. Both you're stupid either way. So then I pointed out something to this person. Because this person says, let's see. As a Black American, I don't think any racism in America is shocking. My ancestors were raped, murdered, experimented, tortured, and completely dehumanized, treated worse than animals at different points. Not trying to say your viewpoint is wrong, but I think it's useful to know that an educated Black American, no display of bigotry is shocking because we know the worst of the worst. Okay, I said, I think it's important for me and others to continue to show a reaction to horrible behavior. It's not to, if not to signal to adults to care, maybe so children can see that we do. People are watching and learning from us, especially in political and philosophical spaces. We try to hold in our shock and pretend the horrors of the world are just life, to the point where people end up not caring because they've forgotten to be shocked. All people experience pain. And when we forget that, I think we end up causing more. Thanks for sharing your thoughts. And I think this is the problem is like, I do think there is the desire to pretend like you're not impacted. But I am trying so hard to remain focused on letting people know, hey, just so you know, that's really fucked up and I'm horrified. Because if we don't, I do think it's what normalizes a lot of edgy behavior. It's what normalizes a lot of like, yeah, that was just history, bro. That's just life, bro. You know, why be horrified when you're like, that's just life. You don't know kids get raped? I can't believe you're shocked that kids get raped. That's just life. Yeah, I know. This is the problem I'm having with my own personal family problems, where I am displaying horror and they're like, ooh, you're like a little emotional about this. So they want me to hear that children in my family were targeted by older men. And they want me to say, Man, that's sad. Wow, that's really hard. Instead of, hey, we have to do something about this. This person can't come over anymore. This person did it. They're like, oh, maybe we shouldn't have told you. You're like acting really emotional about this. And then I told my family, and this is why Epstein, this is why Trump, this is why everything. And this is the problem. And then some people were like, you're right. Like, you're right that I'm overwhelmed with the news and I don't want to deal with it. And you're right that it is the reason. And that's what I'm trying to say. We are the reason the world is the way it is. It's us. We are the problem. Coming into my chat and saying, ooh, you acting horrified at hearing a horrible story. Would you rather I just said, who fucking cares? Sucks. Move on. Or would you rather I say, I'm empathizing. I see you. You know what I mean? Like, I'm devastated for you. It isn't my first time hearing it. It doesn't matter how many times I hear a story about enslaved people being tortured. I hope to always be in a space where I can react with empathy. Hell, maybe I'll even cry. Because it should never feel old. It should always feel new. When I hear stories about women getting raped, I don't want it. That's why I don't like these debate bros bringing up people's rapes. Like a willy-nilly talking point. My rape is not a discussion point. You know, this isn't a gotcha, moment. Like, you can't bring it up and be like, gotcha, you were raped, so you can't have this conversation. Which I have gotten from in the debate bubbles. Oh, Brittany was raped, so she can't have this conversation. That's what I get in my own family. That's what I get from the people around me. Oh, you're too close to the issue. So when we're having these conversations, I will be responsible enough, in my opinion, to continue to react in a way that signals to especially new people and young people who might be watching. This is bad. We should be horrified. We should be sad. We should be prepared. We should seek help. We should move forward. My love for humanity means that I cry for it. My love for humanity means that I have to radically accept how devastating of an experience it is. And so I'm not upset with this person. I'm not upset with anybody. I get it. I think we've all done it at times. Like, oh, you don't know about this? Oh my God, you don't know this? So, I get it. We've all been that, like, it's a sign of arrogance. It's a sign of, and I really do. I do get it. But that's why I react, and I'll continue to react. Okay. But my sister and I were just talking about my dad. My dad one time, he goes, Betsy, when life is getting hard, okay, and our life was hard in Iraq and we came here and we have all these traumas and all of these things I don't understand and God isn't helping me. You know what I do? I go, what, Dad? He goes, I take all of my feelings and I shove it down. And I was like, Dad, no. I was like, no. He goes, that's what I do. Because you know what? That's what that comment felt to me. That comment feels to me like, in order to survive the horrors of the universe, I'm going to push all of my feelings down. And that, my dad said that years ago to me, and my sister and I bring it up every time we want a good laugh. Because he said it like with so much confidence. And I sat there, I was like, you're such a man, bro. Okay? I don't want to do that. I want to unleash my feelings until they have a proper place, until they're healthy again. I want to open Pandora's motherfucking box until I reach the bottom and there's hope. Okay? Call me Barack Obama. We're going to look for that hope, girl. And that is what I want. I do not want to push down my feelings. I do not want to put a lid on it. I want to expose this goddamn family for exactly what it is. I just had another sibling the other day. Horrible news. Just like the worst news ever in the family happened. And I'm so upset. And my siblings called me because they're not, there's 10 of us. We're not all in the know. And I had to be like, hey, I hate to break it to you, but your brother's a fucking pervert. And they were like, what? I was like, yeah, your brother's a fucking pervert. Because not every sibling knows everything. Because some of the siblings are like, and I have to call people and be like, hey, And they were like celebrating this one sibling. I was like, no, I'm not happy. Anyways, the point is, I already know what it's like to deal with a bunch of people who don't actually want to have a goddamn serious conversation. I know when I see it on the internet. Okay? I know when I see it on the internet. We are not going to liberate ourselves by pushing down our feelings. Okay? We're not going to do that. Now, this comment here says, voting third party might be the only useful thing Hasan would have done with his platform. I just wanted, just before, we're not even getting into Hasan yet, just for the record. We're not even there. I'm just answering comments about philosophy right now. Right? I do not care who Hasan votes for. Remember that. I do not care what he does. None of my business. I don't care. Personally, I'm not invested in what Hasan does. I don't care if Hasan smells his own farts. Do not care what this man does. Remember that. So when I'm commenting as an observer. I do not give a fuck what he does. Okay? 2, I don't disagree that him talking shit on Gavin Newsom was great. Fuck Gavin Newsom. Okay? Don't like him. Never liked him. I haven't liked him since I was 21 years old. I'm 36. I have not liked this man longer than most of you have been alive. That's a little bit of a joke. Okay? I don't give a fuck about Gavin Newsom. Okay? Fuck all those liberals that are like in love with Gavin Newsom. Go fuck yourselves. Peace and love. Peace and love. Peace and love. Okay? I am not coming from a political perspective. Okay? I'm coming from a philosophical one and a one with a sense of responsibility, right? So this person says, it says, the system is not a reflection of the collective, and saying that is effectively telling people to pull themselves up by their bootstraps. This is a political statement. Pull yourself up by your bootstraps is not a philosophy. It's a political statement meant to target minorities and poor people to make them feel bad that they're not successful under conservative or under capitalism, right? I am not saying that. When I say the system, okay, is a reflection of the collective, I'm saying the world is a reflection of the collective. In the same way that you have to understand, and this is what these people aren't understanding, your father is a rapist. Someone's uncle is a pedophile. Your teacher is scamming students out of whatever. Your boss is fucking people over, okay? Your church leaders are a fucking mess. It is us, human beings, and you keep taking the responsibility away from us as a species as a whole because you're not ready to wake up to the fact that 1 in 24 men in some studies say they would try stuff with children if they had the chance. Stop talking about systems in a philosophical conversation when we are literally talking about humanity as a species. It is a flawed, fucked up species. It fucks its own children. It murders people. It kills without reserve. It literally fucks other non-human animals. It's a fucked up species. Okay, we make literal porn fucking animals. We are a fucked up species. We literally kidnap children and sex traffic them. We're a fucked up species. Stop acting like we're not the problem. Okay? So when we talk about the world as a reflection of a whole, we have to be accountable. Too many people in our lives. Hello, how many friends of Hasan's have been outed as predators? Way too fucking many. Why? Because they're among us. That's what I'm saying. In my own family, in our own friend groups, in my own collabs. How many people have I collabed with where I'm like, holy fucking shit, they're everywhere. And then we have the audacity to say humanity isn't fucked up because we don't want to admit that it's everywhere. And on top of that, we have racism, homophobia, transphobia, patriarchal religions. Billions and billions and billions of people are fucked up. And then you're sitting here and saying, these people aren't fucked up. It's just the system. Both are fucked up. The systems are fucked up and the people are fucked up. And there's something we can do about it. But first, you have to understand that people are fucked up, you included. I'm fucked up. You're fucked up. Okay? There have been plenty of opportunities that I've had in my life to make better choices. And now I make better ones now. But I'm sure I will make mistakes or make bad, not even mistakes. I will continue to make bad decisions until I mitigate the amount of bad decisions. Okay? So again, we are fucked up. I'm liberating you from the individual perspective. And I'm saying as a collective, we are fucked up. As a collective, we are fucked up. As a humanity, we are fucked up. Now, what can you do as an individual to be a better spot in the collective? It's not pulling yourself up by your bootstraps, because pulling yourself up by your bootstraps, which by the way, isn't even a good quote because the whole quote contradicts the initial understanding of the first part. Okay. It's actually a quote that proves it's impossible to pull yourself up by your bootstraps. But the reason conservatives use it is because it makes them feel better about themselves, because they're not willing to introspect. And the same way, I think it makes you feel better about yourself that you blame systems over the collective, because you don't want to admit that the collective is fucked up. That's what I think. I think both of you are coping. And I'm sick of the cope when there's so much work to get done. We have so much work to do. So either do it or don't. And you have to do it even if nothing changes. Because the idea is to do the right thing even if it doesn't matter. To do the right thing even if nothing changes. To do the right thing even if nobody else is doing it. Okay? Ted says, I admire your hope for humanity despite all this. It's so hard to get up and keep trying when people are so cruel. But I know I exist. And so I use data to know that I can't be the only one. And I am not special, though unique, but I'm not special. And so I know if I exist, then I know you exist. And if you exist and I exist, well, we can't be alone. So who else is there? And then we build collectives. We build coalitions. We build. And Chad says, there's dozens of us. There's at least 5 of us, you know? And that's the idea. Is like, I can't think of myself so special that there aren't other people like me, right? So then the question is, okay, so like, okay, if you take my family structure as an example, let's say there's 12 people in my family. Okay, at least 2 are fucked because they're full MAGA and won't come back from that. 2 are fucked because they're predators. 1 is, let's say 3 are fucked for sexual deviancy that they're not owning up to. And then the rest, there's a lot of probability. There's a lot of possibility. There's a lot of hope. That's not too bad. But that's how I imagine it. I imagine in a group of 12, there's 6 to 8 people that might be pretty great. Do you know what I'm saying? Even though it won't be like perfectly great, they're more on the side of maybe good than otherwise. But time will tell. That's not bad. But yeah, that makes sense, right? If we're all raising our kids horribly, if none of us are, you know, and I'll show you. Like, again, the comment says, the whole fix yourself before you fix the world tripe. I think they meant trope, is just a rebranded version of Jordan Peterson's drivel. Yeah, but Jordan Peterson didn't follow it. It would have been really good advice if Jordan Peterson had followed it, right? But he didn't. And that's why it's bad advice. But hear me out. Do you think your misogynistic boyfriend should go to therapy and / deconstruct his misogyny? Yes or no? So start with yourself, you little fucking loser. You little fucking loser, start with yourself. Because if you keep misunderstanding what I'm saying, none of these men are going to go to therapy. None of these people are going to get help because they're going to say, oh, I can't do it. The system is so hard. Why I do things? Why not I sit home and play COD? If you want men to fucking grow the fuck up, they have to start with themselves because they're not doing it. I don't want to do it. The economy's hard. It's so hard being a white man. The system's against me. Go to therapy. Do philosophical work. Okay? Go to therapy. Clean your fucking room. Okay? All these men complaining like it's not fucking a part of their own responsibility to get themselves in order. That's what I'm saying. You have to work on yourself. You're the only person you can control. And you add to the collective healing when you heal. Yeah, it's easier to blame women. It's easier to blame women. And it's easier to blame systems. And I'm saying systems are absolutely fucked. But you have to be able to eventually, as a grown-up, stop blaming and start doing. That's why I say I don't blame anyone anymore. I just do. I accept and I do. You know, I watch a lot of social workers and they said the thing about being a social worker is the burnout is crazy because the amount of people that like, regardless of how much you help them, can't get better, but still those people show up every day and do it for 20 years. Because if you became a social worker thinking you were going to save everybody you were helping, you might as well quit now. Okay, if you became a therapist thinking you were going to save every person you helped, like, You might as well quit now. If you were, you know, if you decided to become a doctor thinking you would save every life that came through the hospital door, you might as well quit now. We keep doing regardless of what. And the thing is like people keep saying like, oh, but I'm, you know, like, it has to be, we have to work together. Like, I will never not think it's funny that out of all of the people the left could have supported, they wanted to support a man with a gun who killed a person by shooting him in the back. Just a reminder, the savior, not that there is one, your hope, which there isn't one, there's no singular person who's going to do this thing, is not a white man with a gun. America really does repeat itself, doesn't it? I cannot believe you keep thinking it's white men with guns who will save you. That's the most American thing I've ever fucking heard in my life. Oh, we'll get into Hassan in a second. A white cis man who won't go to therapy? Oh yeah, that's definitely the guy. Oh yeah, that's definitely the guy. That's what I'm saying. Come on. Nobody's serious. Be serious. That's it. Who are we talking about? We're talking about Luigi. You know what I mean? You know? We're talking about Luigi. It's just like, what are we doing? Again, you repeat cycles, so I'm not, by the way, I accept it. So for the record, I'm still going to keep doing what I'm doing, but like, I accept it. The irony is you think this is the answer, and I'm telling you, haven't we done this already? How many times have we done this? Okay, I guess I'm just going to watch you do it again. And then you have the audacity to say like, hey, why aren't you joining us? Because we've already done this. We've already done this. Yeah, chat says, oh, Brittany, I love that you said that. A white man with a gun is a savior, while a black man with a gun is seen as a terrorist. 100%. Don't forget that in America, never, even on the left, could this have looked, the left would have 100% not backed a black person as much as they backed Luigi, because he also had pretty privilege, right? He also had pretty privilege. He really did. Okay? That's the thing. No, I'm not saying, and again, I'm not saying that I didn't understand why it came to that, or why he didn't think that was justified, or why the CEO wasn't, you know, in many ways like deserving of a lot of things. I'm not saying the CEO was a good person. I'm saying the image and the billboard of liberation cannot be a white man with a gun. In 2026, are we really going to sit here as a collective and say, oh yes, the message we want to send to people is our savior is a white man with a gun? That's crazy. You know? Thank you, Lady O, for the memberships. Congratulations. Congratulations. Thank you. Thank you. Chad says pretty privilege goes so far as someone who gained a lot more appeal in the last 5 years or so. Same. Hassan knows. Hassan was a former fat kid who got pretty. Trust me, we know. Like, he knows, but everybody knows. You know, there are whole videos on like Hassan's transformation. Okay. That's what I'm trying to get people to understand. I am not upset Hassan is popular. I'm saying he's popular because we live under white supremacy and we have pretty privilege and it's real. You know, Chess said, why are so many men afraid of therapy? Because they'd have to face themselves. Because they'd really have to face themselves. They'd really have to face themselves. And honestly, the reflection is nasty. That's why. Okay, look at these stories. I'd like your opinions on these because they're kind of crazy. Honestly. Okay, first I'm going to show you. Hold on, where is it? Wait. Hello? What the actual fuck? Okay, hold on. What? Why is this happening? Why is this happening to me? Okay, first, trigger warning, especially for my Black audience. I'm so sorry. We're gonna have to watch white people say the N-word. It's blinked out. At least this one is, but it's still crazy. Just like a crazy video. I can't process, like, it's just so stupid. Okay, it's just like my brain is melting. So I'm so sorry. Here we go. Caught on camera, HGTV host canceled after show star uses a racial slur during filming. So this is an HGTV show. You probably even know this, girly, if you watch HGTV. But this is the B-roll they're kind of filming between takes. So this isn't live on the air or anything, right?
It's my last one. Oh, fart. Nick. What the f is that I just said? Nick, you gotta, can you kill that?
No, I got 35 minutes. I can't kill it.
Oh, my life. Hey, it's my last one.
Just so you understand, she said fart, N-word. What? One more time.
Fart. Nick. What the f is that I just said? Nick.
I just don't even get it. My brain is like, did you have a stroke? Or do you have that one locked in for moments like this? Like, okay, so then here's this. Okay, here's the story
of a popular HGTV show, but her show was just pulled off the air after this video leaked showing her using a racial slur. Now, as Stephen Fabian tells us, she's issuing an apology.
A popular HGTV star was fired after being caught on tape using a racial slur.
Oh, fart.
For the last 15 years, Nicole Curtis has hosted Rehab Addict, renovating historic homes and saving them from demolition.
I did used to watch this show a lot. Just FYI, I was an HGTV addict. Okay, I was like obsessed with this channel, but I haven't watched her in many years, so.
She became frustrated while working on a house in Wyoming.
Why? It's my last one. Oh, fart. What the f is that I just said?
Immediately, she realizes her blunder and begs someone off camera to erase the footage of her using the N-word.
Nick, you gotta, can you kill that?
No, I got 35 minutes. I can't kill it.
Oh, my life.
Curtis was a big star on HGTV.
My name is Nicole, and I'm addicted to rehab.
NBA great LeBron James has appeared on her show to fix up a house in his hometown of Akron, Ohio.
There we go.
The shocking moment of Curtis using the racial epithet happened 2 years ago, but was just leaked to Radar Online. HGTV has taken swift action, firing Nicole Curtis and canceling her show, Rehab Addict, on the same day the 11th season of the show was set to premiere. The 49-year-old HGTV star posted this apology on Instagram. The word in question is wrong and not part of my vocabulary and never has been, and I apologize to everyone.
Oh, fart.
HGTV says in a statement that they understand that the language used in the video is hurtful and disappointing to their viewers, adding that it does not align with their values.
I really don't know what to do about this, to be honest. Like, I'm just perplexed. I'm confused. And most of the comments on the videos are pretty like this is such a weird combo. Like, what the fuck? Like, what were you doing? That says she was about to say shit, but then decided to switch it to the N word. But that SN. What? Like, okay, so using that story to now talk about this next story. Okay. This was going viral on my side of the internet. I have not, and keep in mind, I've not looked deeply into it, but I am curious, like, who this person is. Apparently, there's been a gender conversation in the comment section. Some people think it's a woman. Some people think it's a man. Some people think it's, either way, it's a white person, allegedly. But then some people said it was a black person. I think we all agree it's a white person. And if it's not a white person, it's still, the conversation has become, can a white person call a black ICE agent a house? Okay, just, this is the original video.
Oh, sorry, I need to move. House nigga working for the house. Say it again.
Why are you calling a woman a man?
Oh, they call him a house nigga.
I mean, what kind of a guy does that?
Fucking house nigga, bitch. Y'all. I don't normally support white folks calling us niggas, bro.
Okay, so the weird part, and the reason I want to talk to you guys about this, the weird part about this conversation is, for some reason, and I follow a lot of black creators, like I'm on Black TikTok, my algorithm is a lot of black content. They're saying generally that they're going to give a pass. And I'm like, hold on. Not that I want to tell Black communities what to do, but you definitely don't ever want to give white people the pass. So here's an example of a white creator saying, hearing as a white person that one of us called the Black ICE agent, and then every Black creator I follow is like, eh. So I'm a little confused about why this is happening, and I just wanted everyone's input. So check out this video.
9.9% of the time, 99.9% of the time, it is wrong for a white person to call a Black person the N-word. But we may have found the exception. In Minneapolis recently, a white anti-ICE protester was in a group of anti-ICE protesters yelling at a Black ICE Gestapo agent. An unidentified white male called the Black ICE agent a house N-word who's working for the KKK. That's right, we have a white man calling a Black man the N-word. But this is a little bit different. White on Black usage of the N-word is a very serious issue. But this is a curveball example. Is it wrong for a white person to call a Black ICE officer a house N-word? Let's explore. The white man who used the N-word in this situation was being historically precise. This Black ICE agent, he is being a house N-word to the utmost degree. A Black man in ICE is a modern house slave. He's a barely paid mule for white supremacy. The KKK were domestic terrorists. ICE is domestic terrorism. I think this is a valid usage of the N-word. He's not attacking his Blackness per se. He's attacking his bootlicking choice to be in ICE while being a Black man. Being Black in ICE makes you a house N-word. So to call you that, it's almost like a professor pointing out, oh look, there's a modern house N-word. I think this usage is valid and acceptable. If it had just been the N-word, that would be problematic. But when he adds the house N-word, he's being historically realistic. So yes, it is okay to call Black ICE agents house N-words. They are. 90.
Look, okay, listen, I'm not going to tell the Black community what to do, but that feels like the wrong thing to do in terms of giving white people the permission, because the way racist white men are about to say it so much, it's going to flood your feeds. You give them an inch, they'll take a mile, like, or whatever that saying is. Like, I would just be very cautious, you know? So then, okay, here's another example.
Of the Black delegation, I have never been more conflicted in my as a member of the Black delegation, I have never been more conflicted in my life by the actions and words of a white man. A white man called a Black ICE officer a house nigga. What do you mean by that?
Like we should. You feel good? Fucking house nigga, isn't there? Sir, I need to move. Fucking house nigga working for the fucking KKK. What the fuck's wrong with you?
Not only did he say it once, he said it twice pronounced. He said, a house nigga working for the KKK.
God have mercy upon us.
I will say, right message, wrong messenger. Your conduct is under review with the board, and we will report back with how we feel. Let this be your last time. You knew you ate with that comment because it's correct, but you shouldn't be saying it, Billy. Shouldn't be saying it. Somebody in another comment section says maybe it cancels out like PEMDAS. All I know is that we need more Black people talking to Black ICE officers like this, because we cannot be letting white people call coons. We cannot let, that's a full circle racism moment. We now have white people calling Black people who are coons, and house niggas because we're not doing it. This is crazy. If we don't step it up and take ownership of this, the next thing you know, we're gonna have Taylor Swift with her unseasoned, offbeat dance moves and lyrics calling us out next. A white man called a Black ICE officer a house nigga. Happy Saturday, guys. I don't know. I think I've seen it all. Everything is ass backwards in this country. America is a fucking shit show. I don't know. But he wasn't wrong. That's the problem. He wasn't wrong.
So obviously, I agree with Chad. This is an in-house conversation if we want to joke about it. But okay, that's what it feels like. It feels like I shouldn't even be covering that on stream a little bit. But when I saw like, especially this TikTok, I was like, what's happening? I was like, what's happening? So then I'm like, I really feel confused. I'm not conflicted about the situation. I'm confused by the reaction. But, you know, I just would recommend not to give white people in general any ability to specifically use that language, especially in that way. You know what it is analogous to? I also don't think white people should be using that clip from Django of Samuel L. Jackson hugging Leo DiCaprio. I don't think they should use that one either. I think that's just for black people. I don't think white people should be using that either. Because if you send that image to a black person, do you know what I'm saying? Like, that's what you're saying. And I don't think you should be able to say that. Because I don't think it's, in terms of harm reduction, I'm 100% positive it's not harm reduction. I'm 100% positive it is allowing white people to feel entitled enough to call out black people for siding with the same people that their people have uplifted for generations. So I'm not a fan of it. I think it puts into the subconscious of the white population some sort of entitlement to thinking they're smarter and better than black populations who don't know better, instead of recognizing the systems at play that convince marginalized communities to sign up, to be in uniform as a way to combat poverty in their communities, like the military. Like, these communities are targeted. These communities are absolutely, their propaganda is crazy, right? So for a white person to look at a marginalized person who never would have needed to join ICE to in any way to think, you know what I'm saying? Like, we can agree that joining ICE is the most vile shit, like a police officer or joining the military. But I just don't think white people should be weaponizing the N-word in any capacity against a black person. But I'm not a black person, so. But I was really confused by the reaction to it, I suppose. You know? And that, yeah, like there's so many layers of, yeah, thank you, Discord. Yes, Discord. It also feels white savior. That's what it is. That's what it feels. It feels like now you're going to convince white people once again that black people need them because only white people can do anything for them. And it's such a, white people are going to eat this shit up and think like, oh my God, they can't do anything without me. And the last thing white people need is any reassurance that they're helpful. Okay. The last thing white people need is to think that they're helpful, you know? So yeah. Also interesting that I didn't find, let me see if I can find, are there any black women? Because right now I found mostly black men. Wait, there has to be. Is there a black woman? Because I always want to check in with black women to see like, what are you saying about the ICE agent? White person calls ICE agent. See how crazy this is that I have to type this in? Is there any commentary from, I see white women, which I do not care about. Let me see. How about this one? Oop, where's your about?
The video. I'm Lee, but I don't know if y'all have seen the video of these white protesters calling a black ICE agent a house N-word. I was astonished.
Honestly, this red hat almost scared me for a second. I was like, oh no, it's MAGA, but it's not. It's just a regular red hat.
I was astonished, and I'm even more astonished and disappointed that I'm seeing large black creators make videos about this and say, right?
Okay, see, this is why we check in with black women.
Message, wrong messenger, because like immediately no. Immediately no. First of all, the way it rolled off the tongue, that is not the first time they've called somebody the N-word because they were upset. That's not the first time. Because first of all, I have never thought to call a black person the N-word because these large creators and these people in the comments are like, right message, wrong messenger. It should have been a black person. No, I would never call somebody a house N-word.
Oh, interesting.
Maybe a house Negro, but again, I would never call somebody the hard ER.
Oh, interesting.
Right.
There you go.
And it's not even just out of respect for them because I think that, they're so bad, but literally I have a grandfather who grew up during Jim Crow. What the hell do I look like calling somebody a hard ER?
Great point.
Are you cool? Racial slurs are just not a part of my vocabulary, and I'm Black. Do I say nigga? Yes. Do I say ER? No, I do not. Right? I don't do that. Okay? I would never think, slurs don't roll out the tongue for me, period, point blank. Even when I see these ICE agents who are Hispanic out there, I'm not about to be out here calling them, what do they even call Hispanics? Wet? That. I'm not going to call them that because they're ICE agents. No, because it's not even just to a dig at them. It's disrespectful to other people as well. And it's just the fact that people thought that was okay, it blows me. I'm late, but I don't know.
Okay, yeah, perfect. Okay. This is Kiara. I'll link her actual page. Hold on.
If y'all have,
I don't know what she does, but I will link. Oh, it looks like she's a makeup artist. MIA, isn't that what makeup artist means? I don't know. She looks like she does a lot of commentary, so I'll post her stuff. Yeah, okay, that's what I was thinking. I was so confused, but that sounds more like what page I think we should move forward in, which is like, again, I'm not going to police anyone's language that I'm not part of the community, of course. But I just wanted your guys' opinions because I was like a little confused. Oh, MUA is makeup. What's MIA? Missing in action? I don't know. Either way, you can check out her stuff and see if it's good for you. Yeah. Oh, MIA is Miami. Oh, Miami. Okay. Chat said I think it's similar. I don't think it's okay for similar reasons that people call Donald Trump fat as a negative. We need to outgrow these things. Well, it's the same reason I don't like Kyle Kalinske calling women the B word. It's like, oh, you can't call a woman the B word. When you're throwing insults at a woman, you as a man cannot use the B word. Okay? Don't use the robot slur in my chat either, guys. I think that is absolutely an excuse to say the N word. Okay? I don't like that word either. But that word, see, it's like you're always trying to find new ways to say a slur. It's like, stop. And this is different if in-house our communities are having private conversations about slur use amongst each other. That's not my business. That's that community's business. But when we're online, when we're sitting here in such a time, and I think this ties into what I'm about to talk about with Hassan. I think it plays into how do we want to show up in public? Because again, this is public. I know the internet feels like no one's watching you, but it is public. And look, we've all been there. I think we've all made edgy jokes on the internet. We've all taken down content. We've all been like, ew, what the fuck was I thinking, right? But I think what's really important is that we have embodied beliefs and experiences that get us closer to a more liberated way of being. I think about this with trans people and gay people. Sometimes I'll see them fighting on the internet and they'll just throw out the worst slurs at each other. And look, in-house, we can have conversations, but when you post it on the internet and then you embolden a bunch of other people, to make fun of you or say you're not passable or you're not, people know you're a man, all these insults are like, hey, that is so unnecessary and so mean for no reason. And I understand you want to be like, oh, but it's just not helpful. It's just not helpful for anybody. But I want to acknowledge the human experience where you're so angry, you want to say something, but I also want us to have that introspective moment, take a deep breath before we say things and understand that there really is something about, feeling emboldened or entitled to throwing out a slur against someone you hate because they're a bad person. And that's what people were mad at me about with Kyle Kalinske, right? Kyle Kalinske, people were like, Brittany, he's yelling at a Nazi. Who cares? The women listening care. The little children feeling emboldened to decide, oh, I can be misogynistic against a woman as long as she's a bad woman. That we're not setting a standard. How can we tell Republicans not to use the B slur and then use it against Republicans and then not set a standard? Again, I'm not saying never say the B word. I'm saying read the fucking room. Read the room. Everybody wants to be famous and no one wants to take responsibility. Everybody wants to be the viral clip. Nobody wants to take responsibility. Nobody wants to be the adult in the room. There has to be a standard we are setting in public settings. Okay? All right. Let's take a small break because it's going to be a long section here, and then we'll get into the Hassan stuff. I worked really hard to put this together. I hope it's good. It might be bad. I hope you don't get bored, but I think it'll be fun, and I think it'll be good. So I'm excited. Give me 2 seconds. I'll be right back. We'll go over it. It's going to be great. It's going to be gay. Just kidding. It won't be gay because this is a white, cis, straight man. So it can't be that gay. I'll be right back. All right. Pausing music in 1, 2, 3. First of all of you threatening to leave because I said it wasn't going to be gay because we're talking about straight men, stick around. It might feel gay, you know? Okay. So how do I even start this off? Let's reintroduce myself in case people are just coming into stream, right? My name is Brittany Simon. We do philosophy through pop culture, and we're talking about Hassan Piker, who is a streamer. He's known for being the largest left creator in the political bubble that talks about politics through a progressive lens. That's Hassan Piker. That's the best way to understand who he is, right? He gets a lot of criticism. People on the liberal / right side really hate him. There's a lot of misinformation spread about Hassan. People really deliberately misunderstand him a lot of the time. And he, in many ways, deserves his flowers. And while I'm handing him those flowers, I will also hand him my business card with all my complaints, because this is a progressive, philosophical stream. My work is about who are we outside of politics? Because though under systems we are all politically impacted, you are more than politics. You're a human being. You're a creation, right? Someone created you. Your mother, not God. Your parents, biologically. That sounded so Christian. You are a creation. No, okay. So you are created, and that needs to be the foundation of our understanding of self. We are animals on a planet evolved over billions of years, and here we are. Okay. So what does that mean to exist on a planet in which we're having a biological experience that we should have a deeper relationship with? It means utilizing the tools that we've been giving each other, standing on the shoulders of giants, and doing what is needed to further people forward. All of us are susceptible to becoming conservative because conservatism is a form of stagnation. Okay? This is Hasan Piker, to give you context of a recent clip, from a recent stream he did. This is from his page, Hasanabi. Okay? This is Hasan.
Off leash walking. She can lay down. She can roll over. Let's see if I can make her roll
dog.
over right now. Hold on.
Let's see it.
Let's
Look
see
at
it.
Kaya.
Come here. Good girl.
Sweet
Okay.
girl.
Gotta
He's a dad, a dog dad.
sit. Down.
Okay, he's got cute doggo.
Girl. Roll over.
Aww.
Roll over. Yeah. Good job.
What a sweetie.
But,
how you doing?
She got a bunch of different. I'm doing great. I'm having a little bit of a crazy week.
Why? Oh yeah.
Yeah.
How do you manage? How do you in therapy?
No, I'm not.
Come on, go to therapy.
I know everyone always
This
tells
doesn't
me.
count as fucking therapy over here.
No, this is what I do. I use my audience as therapy.
This is, I imagine when I see these streams on Twitch, it's how I imagine in schizophrenia it works in your brain. Just constant thoughts.
Yeah.
You've never been to therapy?
No, I've not.
Oh.
I've done talked to a psychologist before, but I've never I haven't been consistently going to therapy.
Sure. I think it'd be fair if you did shock therapy.
I mean, I did get a call
Mm-hmm.
from the Department of Homeland Security. They were like, we want to bring you in as the deputy director to Kristi Noem. Turns out the qualification was that if you are, even if you're suspected of abusing dogs, they're like, that's good enough for us.
He's making a joke because his haters on the internet claim that he zapped his dog. And I also reviewed that. And again, I am reviewing Hasan Piker from an observation perspective. I am not trying to in any way become a part of this bubble. I am very much happy sticking in my little bubble on the internet. But yes, chat says, is he purposely avoiding growth? Do not understand. Yes. Which is very typical for men under patriarchy, white men under patriarchy and white supremacy. And ultimately, though Hasan is Turkish, okay, I'm Assyrian, right? We're the same. Okay, I see this chatter trying to troll in chat, right? I'm an Assyrian. He is Turkish. We are the same kind of white. And I think because I was assigned female at birth, because I experienced the world as a queer person, because I'm on a gender deconstruction journey, I have just a different view of the world than somebody who is typically considered handsome, typically exists in the world at his status and in the way he is just in a perfect position of power, right? I make less than 6 figures. He makes millions of dollars. We're not in the same bubble. I do philosophy. He does politics, right? I'm a woman. I'm autistic. He's, let's be real, probably autistic, based off his own experience. We're both neurodivergent. There's a lot of overlap. But because he's a white cis man who won't go to therapy, and I'm a queer person who's gone to therapy and does philosophical work, it means our perspectives are literally different. So the title of this is Hasan is the Beyonce of the left. And I want to wrap this into Bell Hooks' criticism of Beyonce as a brand, because, when we think about Beyonce, we think about, we think about how amazing she is. Really, we think about how successful she is, how, this video from the NFL got 207 million views, and that was because she did the halftime show, right? We think about how powerful of a person she is. She's an artist and a creative and so many amazing things. And yet, there is so much criticism to have about Beyonce, her connection to capitalism, her people recently praising her for being a billionaire. And I think it's the same thing where we would love to root for Beyonce, but everything she continues to do while utilizing the imagery of the oppressed, but not investing in the same way the communities had hoped, feels a little bit Hasan adjacent. We're like, it's not that Hasan is a bad person, though that's up for debate because who knows what that means, or that Beyonce is a bad woman, not that, whatever that means, a bad person. What it means is, given your positions of power and privilege, it's interesting that you didn't do X, Y, and Z, because all of us keep thinking, man, if I had that, this is what I would do. But we don't have that. And often minorities who are making far less money with far less status are taking far more risks. And I know Hasan and Beyonce both take their own level of risk in industries that are ruthless. And yet they are still not taking as much risk as other people because other people don't have the financial backing nor the community or the ability to disappear without being, without losing their livelihood the same way these people do. So the risk here is life and death for some people. Well, for them, it's only life and death if somebody pulls a Charlie Kirk. It's not life and death if they speak up and say the truth. It's not life and death if they're not a part of the status quo. It's not life and death. Well, as far as we know, it's not life and death if they disappear from the world and quit their jobs. But for the rest of us that are protesting, it is. It is our life and death, right? Okay, so this man cannot be the answer to liberation. He cannot be the person leading the march, right? It can't be him. It can't be. It's not. It doesn't make sense. It can't be him. You know what I mean? I'm happy he's having fun and posing in GQ and doing all these great things, right? But I don't think he is the Malcolm X. I don't think he is the leader. I don't think he's the bell hooks. I don't think he is that person. And not that those people don't have flaws. We all have flaws, right? But it's the idea that, like, I don't think a white man who won't go to therapy is the answer. And I feel like women of color, queer people have been screaming this for years, and he is still so specifically, perfectly aligned with the standard quo. Even though he says he's not, because he's like this quote socialist, he is everything that works for white America. He's just a little lefty. But like, he's still aspirational under capitalism. He's still aspirational in terms of his body. He's still aspirational in terms of his ability to get girls, right? He's still aspirational. Everything about him is typically aspirational, right? So that's okay. That's fine. Everyone has a role to play. But that's where the criticism comes from. Is like, is this the person who's going to be the guy, or are we just doing it again? Putting up the most digestible white man to kind of make people feel comfortable. So let's move this into the conversation about Gavin Newsom that happened yesterday, right? Because I am anti-Gavin Newsom. Didn't like Gavin Newsom 20 years ago. Don't like him now. Okay. Philip DeFranco covered the clip. Let's talk about it. And I also have a lot of criticism for who he has around him. I have a lot of criticism because in his position of power, you would think he would do things a little differently. It's just interesting that other people are held to higher standards. In the same way we shouldn't hold Hassan to a higher standard than Trump, you hold smaller streamers to the same standard of Hassan, but everyone should be held to a standard. So look at this clip. He is reacting to Philip DeFranco reacting to him, but pay attention to what his friends Austin and Jennifer, I think her name is, listen to what they say here.
Say that Gavin Newsom becomes the nominee. Did we make it in terms?
Devastating.
Do you vote for him over JD Vance?
I don't know.
I'd have to vote for Gavin Newsom.
Me too. 100%. I wouldn't blink. What about you?
Okay. For the record, I never said this. I would never say, oh yeah, I'm voting for Gavin Newsom. I don't know what I'm going to do. Future Brittany can decide, but I don't like Gavin Newsom. And yet people on my stream, just because I talked about their fave, this connects to Beyonce, just because we're criticizing Beyonce doesn't mean we don't love her. Just because we're criticizing Hassan doesn't mean we don't like him. But at the end of the day, right, you're the ones bragging about voting for Gavin when I didn't say that. Hassan, I was imploring to be more wise in when he plays these hypothetical what are you going to do games, right? Because he's not saying it with his full chest. He's saying it reluctantly. He's not saying this is what we're going to do. He's not, and in his position, I think he should, if he wants to be the largest speaker, the biggest microphone, just say it with your full chest. Fuck Gavin Newsom, fuck the Democrats, make a decision. Now, you might say, Brittany, he always does this. Yes, but this is the clip that went viral. This is the one that people saw, right? Now, chat says, Britt, have you seen the Cavernacle videos? I did watch it, and I don't disagree with Cavernacle. I'm going to talk about that as well, because people in my chat were like, Brittany, did you watch Cavernacle's video? Yes, I agreed with Cavernacle's video. I'm going to show you a clip from Cavernacle's video. Cavernacle, though, is coming from a progressive political perspective. Cavernacle, if I'm going to be honest with you, I take much more seriously than Hassan. Because Cavernacle, though not American, I feel his work embodies his belief. I'm not going to speak for him perfectly. I don't know everything, but I watch him pretty frequently. I only watch Hasan when I have to catch up on stuff because I think his opinion is tainted by his ability to work so perfectly within white supremacy and capitalism. Kafir Naoko makes $40,000 a year, according to the last video he made on it. That is very different than Hasan Piker, who's worth millions. Okay? The perspectives are different. I know Cav spends a lot of time doing a lot of work for communities with his girlfriend. I know he does that, which is great. But we're coming from different perspectives. The perspective changes how we show up in our communities. Our compassion is different. Our empathy is different. Hasan is very popular. And you can't act like money doesn't change people or popularity doesn't change people. I'll show you at the very end exactly what I'm talking about when I say what is his embodied beliefs around overconsumption or anything else. Okay? What does that mean? And again, I don't know if chat's being sarcastic. Socialism is when no money. You can be very wealthy and be a socialist. It's not about Hasan being a socialist who's wealthy. It's about his choice in how he shops, how he exists, how he shows up. That plays right into capitalism, overconsumption, bad for the planet, bad for the environment, bad for everyone's self-esteem, and then calls himself an anti-capitalist and calls himself a socialist. I'll get into it. Just like Beyonce talks about liberation for Black people, talks about, but plays right into Black capitalism, right? Which FD Signifier has better content on than I would ever be able to produce, right? Beyonce says she wants liberation for women, stays with Jay-Z, active abuser, right? Cheater, right? We've all been through that. Okay, Beyonce sends a message about liberation for women, empowerment, but then what happens here? Where is walking the walk? When's that going to come in, right? Okay.
I'd probably vote third party.
You would?
Oh yeah. I mean, at that point, it doesn't even matter. Like, because my policy on this is the same as like my refusal to endorse Kamala Harris. The reason why I did not endorse Kamala Harris,
which I supported his decision to do that, just like I supported Palestinian and Arab communities not voting for Kamala Harris because I understood their perspective was coming from a liberated and justified place versus a centrist who's like, I just don't care about politics. I just don't care about politics, and I'm not going to vote for Kamala Harris. I'm going to vote third party. That's not. I really supported the Arab communities for doing this because I understood why they did it. I supported Hasan's decision not to endorse Kamala Harris. I did support that decision because I understood it. I understood where he was coming from, right? So I'm not, you guys know, my audience knows, I'm not just some random Hasan hater. I am saying, okay, my expectation for somebody in this position is this. If his goal is this,
was because she did things that were not only unproductive, but also unconscionable.
And that, it prompted a ton of outrage and a lot of, are you kidding me? With a lot of people think that Hasan shouldn't be encouraging third-party votes to his massive following, and some saying things like, insanely irresponsible take, given the harm this administration has unleashed just 1 year in. As well as, can we move on from these left-wing creators that...
Yeah, Hillary Clinton's staff.
And I do not believe, because I shared that TikTok at the beginning of my stream yesterday, just because it was the first one I saw, but I don't agree with him that Hasan is only making the most money when Republicans are in power. Like, I don't think Hasan is, excited Republicans are in power. But as an Assyrian girly who sees a lot of men in my community like Hasan feels exactly like that trope in the story of the fat kid who got handsome, which, I would have loved him both ways, who rose to prominence, who was able to shake hands, he's able to network, he's able to be with all of these people that are not great, but it's okay when he does it, but it's bad when we do it. Okay? He can do it because, he's showing up correctly. We can't do it because it's not showing up correct. He gets to do it because he's a man and he knows what he's doing. Okay? He's the only one who can do it. He's the savior. I know this trope in a man. They rise to power and prominence, continue to use misogyny in their content, continue to double down on misogynistic takes, okay? And they get a pass because they're doing the Lord's work, right? Kind of coincided with what we talked about earlier in stream. Are we going to get a pass to certain people because... And I don't know, I don't think that's the future. I don't think the future is about giving passes to people. The future is doing the right thing.
Once again, that openly said he didn't vote for Zohran Mamdani.
Have built a business on just hating Democrats. It helps nobody but themselves. You also had tons of people accusing Hasan of being a grifter, arguing that he, quote, wants Republicans in office because he gets to cosplay a revolutionary, which raises his profile and makes him more money. And then separately from takes on his...
Yeah, I don't think this is true. I don't think he's cosplaying a revolutionary, but I also don't think he is one. So just for the record, I do not think he is maliciously trying to be someone he isn't, but I think he doesn't have the humility to realize he isn't. Does that make sense?
You had some pushing back on criticisms of Gavin Newsom. We're saying I live in California, my gay friends have basic rights, my girlfriend can access reproductive care, and we've raised
Of course, Philip is going to cook me on this because he is, you know, when the cards fall, he will be he will be a professional misunderstander as well. Once again, Philip, I mean, we talk all the time privately. I like Philip DeFranco. I'd love to have this conversation with you. I think it would be a productive conversation.
Wage for service workers. Spare me the disingenuous bullshit. But then as far as Hassan, he's defended himself in a series of posts saying, do you want free healthcare? Do you want free college? Do you want to stop Israel? I'll vote for anyone who sincerely believes in making that happen. Adding, I never said JD Vance is better than Newsom. You want to believe I said that because you can't comprehend a world where democracy implies asking for concessions from your electorate.
Right. So just for the record, nothing I said on stream, we were not taking that position yesterday. So I agree with Hassan here. I didn't, like, my criticism is coming from left of Hassan. I personally, Hassan is too conservative for me. I am too queer philosophically to not see Hassan as a conservative. And I know that might sound strange to people who are not in my audience, but it's so obvious to me personally where I am in my life that for me, Hassan feels conservative. That's where the criticism from me is coming from, but not for Hassan's sake or his audiences. For the people in his audience who won are definitely feeling the same thing, because I've had a lot of women recently join my audience saying, oh my God, Brittany, finally, I've been waiting for this. I've been feeling this. I didn't know what I was missing. Well, welcome, girlies. Welcome to the community. Okay? Because I think that's important. Remember, Hassan's friends are the ones sitting there. Austin is the one sitting there. Oh, I'm going to vote for Gavin Newsom. I'm not saying that. He is. But then people, my audience, were like, oh, Brittany's a centrist. Brittany's a Hassan hater. I'm not the one saying I'd vote for Gavin Newsom because I know what a piece of shit he is. So it's kind of interesting. The flack against me isn't for the same. You know what I'm saying? It's just interesting.
The representatives before doing loyalty pledges to them like a happy serf. Hassan then saying, libs who don't care about losing to Trump now want you to obey in advance to their hypothetical establishment candidate while there isn't even a guarantee there will be an election 2 years from now. Using marginalized people as a cudgel as Gavin threw trans people under the bus. And while he had his supporters, you also had a number of people pushing back at that response, saying things like, no one is asking anyone to obey in advance, so please come
like John Fetterman staffer, who only recently left John Fetterman.
Down off the cross. Your fellow panelists recognize the material difference for marginalized communities between a hypothetical Democrat and Republican administration. You repeatedly use your large audience to flatten the difference, and it's abject nonsense. And some others also taking issue with how he framed Newsom's stance on trans rights. With one person saying, actual trans person here, Gavin Newsom made a comment about trans athletes that I don't agree with, but California is still one of the best places to be trans in the country. See the difference? You don't care about what happens to us, so stop acting like you speak for us. And with all this, you actually had Jennifer Welch ending up.
Anyone who's willing to concede with Republicans and conservatives is absolutely not an ally for the future or progressive in nature or even going to end up that way in the future.
Posting a video in his defense claiming
what Hassan is saying is we need to build a party that has an FDR style impact that really, really impacts the lives of people instead of this slow moving incremental change that the current Democratic Party always proposes. Number one, Hassan's not a politician. Number two, Hassan gets to think whatever he thinks. Number three, there is a large.
Okay. Does Hassan get to think whatever he thinks? Is his position in this space, is he actually allowed that freedom? I would say no. I would say Hassan isn't allowed in his position to actually think what he wants to think in the same way a school principal isn't, in the same way a teacher isn't, in the same way someone in a position of power isn't. You don't get to come to class and share with your students what you did on the weekend and who you fucked, okay? You don't get to share, you don't get to just say what's on the top of your mind if you have the largest microphone in a political setting where people's literal lives are on the line. If you understand how important things are right now, then why would you utilize your time in this position this way? And I was trying to think of a good way to phrase it, and I know it sounds bad, but I'm trying to think of it's like as if a student, a young person came to the teacher and said, is there hope for the future? And the teacher was like, hey, yeah, but if not, I'll just do meth. And all the kid hears is the adult in my life isn't serious. The adult in my life is this a joke? The adult in my life is giving up. The adult in my life is hey, dude, I'm just a teacher, bro. I'm just a guy who went to college and is teaching you brats. I'm just a guy with a microphone. That's what they keep trying to do. Hassan, Charlie Kirk, none of these people get to be streamers. You don't get to be just a streamer at this point. So make a decision. Make a decision. And that's the problem. They are not holding themselves up to that standard. Because again, and listen, I have 200 people watching me. Hassan has sometimes 30, 40, 70, 100,000 people watching him. He's in the news. Politicians mention his name. He's not just somebody. Okay? I am more of a just somebody, and I hold myself to a higher standard because I'm an adult. So I'm saying, when is Hasan going to hold himself to that standard instead of just like, quote, having fun? Okay? And that kind of plays into that clip I showed you here. Okay? I showed this yesterday on stream.
Running in elections?
No.
Have you thought of running in elections?
No.
Well, why not?
Because
look, it's a horrible thing to do. I've done it. I can confirm that it sucks.
Yeah.
Big time. But it's a dirty job. Someone's going to do it.
I know, but
these people have to vote for someone.
Well, I have my people.
P.S. I'm not saying Hasan should run for office. I'm not saying that. I'm using this as an example to say I'm not the only one looking at Hasan. So like, hey, you're going to do something else, or you're just having fun, right? Because the truth about streaming, the truth about this job is it's a very weirdly privileged position to be in, like in a sense that no one's really relying on me. You know what I'm saying? Like Hasan could disappear tomorrow and nothing would change. Hasan thinks something would change. Maybe the audience thinks something would change, but it wouldn't. Because at the end of the day, there are 100 other streamers that could replace him. Nothing he is doing is the way he thinks is as important as they think it is, but he could be. The question is, do you want to be? And it sounds like no, he doesn't want it to be. Versus the reason we talk about the greats, the reason we talk about people who made a difference is because they were not only locked the fuck in, and even if they were problematic, they were seriously having conversations, which is why on this channel we review a lot of old TV from a lot of old thinkers, because it's very important, right? Chad says, comparing Hasan to a teacher is weird. Teachers work with children. Hasan does not. College professors then. He's a college professor. And his student just came to him and said, hey, you have a master's in economics. Can you tell me about statistics? And he said, nah, dude, the numbers on a page are a construct created from the magical brain of billionaires. Nah, bro, I don't know about that. I'm just a philosophy professor. Okay?
That's why
okay, you have your people, but not everywhere.
That's true.
And why should these people have their lives destroyed by being elected and not yours?
Well, it's not even about like my life being destroyed necessarily, because my life gets destroyed all the time doing what I'm doing.
Yes, but in the same way that your life is getting destroyed, yes, that is two things can be true at once, but there is something here that is obvious. You're still just an online streamer. You know what I mean? Hasan specifically says he targets young and teenage men to try and stop them from going down the alt-right pipeline. Well, that's the other thing about Hasan. He won't stick in his lane. Which one are you doing, Hasan? Are you trying to help young men? Are you trying to move the progressive people forward? Are you trying to only advocate for good politicians? Are you only hanging out with good people? What are you doing here? That's the thing. I'm not saying Hasan has to know. I'm saying, does the audience realize he doesn't know? Hasan has no idea why he is there. And that's okay. As long as you understand that. But that's the thing, you don't. Because we keep waiting for people to eventually make enough money where they can do XYZ, or do enough things where they could do the next step, or actually get to the next. That's what I'm talking about. Which is why when Beyonce came into the picture, there was this feeling of her using Black Panther imagery and thinking, oh my God, this feels like it's it. And then nothing. Nothing happened. All of that imagery, all of those albums, all of that amazing music, all of that inspiration, and nothing. What just happened? And now the latest news is, oh my God, Beyonce, guys, she's a billionaire.
From Crazy in Love to Cowboy Carter, Beyonce is now in formation. She's officially a billionaire, according to Forbes, and she did it irreplaceably on her own terms. Her fans were drunk in love when she was on the road, shelling out more than $400 million in ticket sales to make it the world's highest grossing tour, and her music and sponsorships keeping the money flowing by taking control of her career and choosing to upgrade you from traditional management. Beyonce proves that owning your halo can help a diva build a lasting empire and maybe even run the world. I had to look as the queen.
How lean-in leftist, or how lean-in liberal capitalist is this?
Says the best revenge is what? Your paper. And she did that. And as did you, Emily Borsch.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
We think.
Okay? And I'm saying that's what Hassan feels like when I watch him. And I understand that you guys are like, how? And I'm like, very easily. Hassan feels the same way, where I can have fun watching him, but, he, you know, at the end of the day, he's still just some white man who hasn't gone to therapy. He's literally just still a dude, bro, who hasn't gone to therapy. That's what he is. He's a dude, bro, who has not gone to therapy. Okay? Oops.
Growing number of Americans in Gen Z and as millennials that have felt completely unseen and left behind by the two-party political system, who hate and despise how much they suck up to corporations. We have time right now to have these conversations and to move our politicians to a progressive populist platform.
With Welch even going so far as to say one of the reasons the Democrats lose is because they do not listen to voices like Hassan Piker. So it's also worth noting that during the podcast, Hassan did preempt any potential backlash, claiming that Democrats might lose solely because of him.
I am incapable. There is no singular force in this country that is capable of making or breaking an election. And if that was real, then it is the most idiotic thing not to listen to my demands. But everybody knows that that's not real, right?
Okay. I would love it if Hassan really made any demands. I really want to support him. I really want to get behind some voice that goes, they're making no concessions. But every time he says, I'll debate Asman, every time he says, I was just about to debate Charlie Kirk, oh, so you can make concessions. You can shake hands with the worst people on the planet. Oh, I got it. So when Gavin Newsom has Charlie Kirk on the podcast, he's evil. But when you debate Charlie Kirk, oh, now it's different. Got it. This is why I say conservative. This is why I say, like, you get to do it, but other people can't do it. Because Hassan is this great, amazing, like, come on, guys. Come on.
Right? You know, with all that said, I would really love to know your thoughts here. Obviously, with any election, whether it be local or national, I think you should weigh the difference between the two people.
I think he did a decent job of showing both sides.
Ideally, I'd love a ranked choice system that brings in more voices, different voices, but that's a whole other video. And then I'm going to vote for the best or least worst of the two top options. That's why I voted for Kamala Harris. Does she represent everything I want in the country? No. But to think or argue that a government and a country led by her versus Donald Trump would be the exact same thing with the exact same things happening, no. But I hope most of us can agree when we look at this last year that this seems to be the way worse option. And I know, this part is separate from the clips that we talked about on today's show, but it is an argument that I've seen just playing out in public. But I also think we need to hash out these disagreements very early on. We handle business disagreements, all the messiness in the primaries, and then when it's one versus one, picking the best and or least worst option. And it's more important than ever if you are in a battleground state, though it really...
Okay, they're not even talking about that stuff yet. But I'm not saying that Kamala Harris would be identical to Donald Trump. And there are certain areas where the Democrats would definitely be identical to Trump. It's, Israel being one of them, or at least they don't shy away from communicating that they would be the same, right? That's what Kamala Harris did. But once again, someone made a comment that Gavin would come on the show if you said you were a conservative law. Exactly. Yeah, that's my real grift is...
Chat is saying Brittany Gavin is pulling around with Charlie, not even near debate. And then you said Newsom wouldn't even push back against Kirk. That's why it's different. I know, Habibis, I know. I've been accused of the same thing. Collabing with people to hear their opinions and being like, oh, Brittany doesn't push back. Okay, let me push back now against Hassan Piker instead of pretending like nothing's wrong. You want Hassan to be the exception. And I'm saying, to me, there's pushback that needs to be had. And if I sit there and do a collab with Hassan and don't push back, I have failed my community the way Gavin Newsom failed the Democrats by not pushing it back against Charlie. That's what I'm saying you need to lock in on. Hassan also needs pushback. And you guys keep forgetting to push back. That's all I'm saying.
I'm positioning myself as anti-Gavin Newsom and a conservative MAGA guy so that Gavin Newsom comes on the show so I can grill him on some of his positions. But I do think that we should be having these conversations. Especially now, far away from the actual election, okay? We should be having these conversations far away from the actual election so that we can nip this in the bud. You understand?
A few moments later.
Philly Decentrist audience is on your side between you and Gavin? Hell yes. Oh my God, even if Philip DeFranco's audience is on my side, I'm telling you, man, even the libs on the internet, self-IDing libs, lifelong Democratic Party voters are like, Gavin Newsom. Yes, that's why all the chirping from these Twitter centrist libs are irrelevant. That's why
they are irrelevant. They are irrelevant. Don't pay attention to them. Now, let me just throw a little criticism for Jen and everybody else. So Jen goes on and makes an updated video too about Hassan. And this is what she says in this section here.
Gavin Newsom has proven that he doesn't care about trans people.
Then why did you so confidently say you would vote for him?
Gavin Newsom has proven that he doesn't care about the illegal nature of what ICE is doing.
Then why did you so confidently say you would vote for him? Right? I know she explains. I know, chat. I know she thinks it's good enough. And I'm saying I would really like someone to come out with their full chest and say, enough. Give us somebody worth voting for, or we protest. Here's a candidate we're backing. Do it, or we're serious. Right? And I'm saying no one is doing that. Hassan going, oh, I don't know. I think I would probably vote third party. It's not the same thing as somebody saying, everybody lock in. Here's what we're doing. I'm leading the charge. Because he doesn't want the responsibility of looking stupid when it doesn't work. That's what it is. Then lead the charge. Say it. Bring the community together. Say, fuck the Democrats. They're not doing enough. Let's get a candidate out here who 100% says with their full chest, fuck Israel. Fuck Zionism, fuck bullshit, free Palestine, fuck ICE, fuck Trump, fuck this administration. Like, I want someone to come out and say, none of this. And then rally the community in a direction, and I'll vote for that person. Who is it? Who is the person we're 100% getting behind? And I will fucking, third party or not, I will fucking vote for them. But you're not doing that. Because they probably aren't even born yet. That person that would make us feel that way is probably not even alive yet. So don't tell me we're not being serious about what we expect. You're the people with the microphone. You guys are rich. You're the ones with status. We're just the young peons. Look at me with my 200 viewers. I have nothing. I'm saying, tell me what to do. What is it? Go ahead. Oh, you can't. Again, it's a denial of responsibility. Fine. Watch this whole stream and I'll tell you, by the end of this, you will understand even more so why I think ultimately he's a conservative. And I don't mean conservative like Republican. I don't mean conservative like liberal. I mean, if progressives could be conservative, they would be Hassan. Does that make sense? I'm left, whatever left is. I want to be more left. It's not left enough for me. If Hassan is left, I got to be left, more left. It's not enough. That's why I say queer philosophy, queer leftism, far more left.
When he platformed Ben Shapiro. And so to put the burden of this on Hassan, who's saying, I'm not going to settle for a fascist collaborator who always is reaching to
But you look disappointed. The thing about Jen is she looked disappointed. Really, Hassan? You'd vote third party? But then the next day she's coming out in defense of Hassan because now, you know what I'm saying? I'm saying, what is your principled stance? What is your principled stance, girly girls? Because I try to watch their show, but I can't. It just feels so unserious. They have their nicknames for everybody, the humor. I really try to watch it because I want to watch women in politics, but it's so unserious. Like, you're not even being serious. And I mean that really compassionately. I want serious commentary about the state of the world. The world is so serious. Where is it? You know?
Platform fascists and to find common ground with them. It's just intellectually dishonest because Hassan has a record of standing up for trans people. And when Gavin Newsom did that with Charlie Kirk, that pain was felt through the trans community.
Okay, well, as a queer person, collabing with Charlie Kirk feels the same. Don't do it. I don't like it. I don't even want to see you in the same goddamn room as him. I don't want to see you collab with Asmongold. I don't want to see you collabing with these losers. I don't want you to talk to them. If we're not building bridges with them, don't talk to them. If everything they stand for at this point in history, if they're going to go in this direction, I don't want to see it. There is no bridge to be built here. I have nothing in common with MAGA. There are no bridges to be built. Okay?
Far and wide. And Pete Buttigieg did the same. And Rahm Emanuel came on my podcast and did the same.
Okay, that's it for that. Now, let me show you. Okay, so then we skip to this section here where someone said, hey, Bray, have you seen Cavernacle's take on this? I thought it was interesting. I said, not yet. I'll check it out. And then I said, hey, just finished the video. This person says, I tended to agree with him more than Brittany on this, honestly. We agreed. I agreed with Cavernacle. So you being like, I agreed with him more than Brittany, we weren't talking about the same thing. Cavernacle is talking about shoes and I'm talking about dresses. Yeah, they're both fashion items on a person. We're talking about different topics that overlap. I agreed with Cavernacle, okay? From a political perspective. And then Chad goes, I agree with Brittany on Hassan's responsibility to build his platform wisely, but I don't think this was an example of him using it unwisely. Well, if I haven't proved my point yet, stay put. Okay? Here is irrelevant. I collabed with this guy in the way past because when I was in the Destiny bubble, which Hassan has been into, and I don't want to hear any fucking criticism about my time there, because I swear to God, Hassan gets to collab with the worst people on the internet continuously. And God forbid somebody find themselves there for a single year. Okay? I collabed with Irrelevant. And I know exactly where he stands. He is a Destiny glazer. He is not the greatest person. And this point is not my point. That's what I'm trying to say. I know this bubble. I know these people. I know I'm not them. I know because when I was there, it was obvious I was a visitor. And I was like, I don't know what's going on here. I don't know what you guys are doing. Okay? This is not what I'm saying.
Like showed a direct opposition to Donald Trump kind of playing his game, kind of getting his elbows dirty.
Hassan Piker, who is the world's oldest angry teenager, just said that if this was the choice in 2028, he would vote third party.
I am not saying this. Nothing I am saying has anything to do with these fucking centrist liberal views.
So you're telling me 1 year after the second Trump term, where we've seen Americans profiled, detained, and killed by ICE, the freeze on foreign aid, deep cuts to health programs, and SNAP, the withdrawal from climate agreements, the gutted environmental protections, American farmers being forced to compete with foreign producers, the January 6th party, the regime change in Venezuela, the Doge failure, the tariff circus, the rising cost of...
Okay, this is Cavernacle's video. I am not saying any of this. Nothing about my work has anything to do with these people. Okay? And the same way when Bell Hooks criticizes Beyonce and says there's something terrorist about her work, she is not saying what MAGA says when they talk about Beyonce because they're racist. We are not in the same bubbles, just for context.
My concern, though, is that whole idea, again, when we think about containment, that we say, oh, but this person who is doing major harm, let's say, because I see a part of Beyonce that is in fact anti-feminist, that is assaulting, that is a terrorist, in the sense of, especially in terms of the impact on young girls.
Okay, now my community already went into detail about this video. We dissected it. We understand where Bell Hooks is coming from. Now you need to understand where I'm coming from. Because when you criticize Hassan or when you see me criticizing Hassan, you see some version of me that doesn't exist. And this is why marginalized voices get ignored. Because you're not taking the time to understand them. Okay? You're not actually listening. You just think anyone who criticizes your favorite must be in this group. You can't criticize Beyonce, the Beehive will come for you. You can't criticize Hassan, his fans will come for you. And I'm saying this is why the world is a reflection of itself as a whole. We are all a reflection of the world as a whole. The world is full of deeply flawed people. We are the problem as a species. We are an animal species evolved over billions of years, and we are deeply flawed. Okay? Again, as an animal species, we fuck our own, we kill people, we literally genocide. We literally genocide one day and buy stuff from Amazon the next. We literally are so deeply flawed. When you go home, when you're done protesting and you go home, you still have to deal with your uncle who's a pedophile at the table. You still need to deal with the fact that your father beat your mom. You still have to deal with the fact that there's no fucking food on the table because no one worked today. You still have to deal with the fact that there's shit going on in our families. People are mentally ill. People are struggling. And then you want to talk about who's more responsible? All of us as a collective are responsible to heal our wounds and go get help and to show up in the world through a deconstructed lens to continue to grow as a species and as people. Okay, we have to heal our families by encouraging growth, not by ignoring the bad they do because, oh, look at all the good they do though, right? That's the point I'm trying to make. I'm trying to say all of the things you do, and I know this sounds exhausting because you're like, well, when does it end? It doesn't. Growth doesn't end. And all I'm saying is you keep playing this game. Yesterday in chat, somebody said Hassan is our only hope. Hassan Piker, our only hope? Our only hope for what? Once again, America's so good at making white men the savior. Really? Hassan Piker? Okay, back to Cavernacle.
To groceries, the mid-decade state gerrymandering push, and there's a lot more. But you're telling me that after all that, you're willing to risk more of the same. So why is Hassan so willing to let this continue? It's really simple. he profits off Republican chaos because he understands better than most of his comrades the difference between when Republicans are in power.
I don't believe this. This is bullshit. This is
and
stupid.
when Democrats are in power.
This
It's
is
clear
dumb.
that he's just here for the engagement. He's only interested in monetizing the anger that Republicans generate when they're in power while being a whole-ass millionaire Nepo baby cosplaying as a revolutionary.
And this is so...
I do think he is, again, I don't agree with this. And again, like I'll repeat it. I don't think he's maliciously cosplaying as a revolutionary, but he isn't one. He isn't one. And I'm waiting to see if he understands that and his audience understands it, right? Okay.
It's funny that they're dying on the hill like of Gavin Newsom. So Gavin Newsom, like I said, after the election, he starts blaming trans people. He starts a podcast where he platforms Jeffrey Epstein's best friend and fascist, Steve Bannon. He gets on Charlie Kirk. He gets on Ben Shapiro, where they both agree about Gaza, and he backs down on ICE.
And your press office tweeted out that it was state-sponsored terrorism, which, I mean, Governor Rice has to ask you about that. That sort of thing makes our politics worse. And it does. I mean, our ICE officers obviously are not terrorists. A tragic situation is not state-sponsored terrorism.
Yeah, I think that's fair. Last night, trying to put my son to bed, he's like, no, Dad, what time? What time's Charlie going to be here? What time? And I'm like, dude, you're in school tomorrow. He's 13. He's like, no. This morning, wakes up at 6 up, and he's like, I'm coming. I'm like, he literally would not leave the house.
Did you let him take off school?
No, he did. Of course not. He's not here for a good reason. But the point is
you canceled school for like 2 years. One day.
The point is the point, which is you are making a damn dent.
Thank you. I'm kidding.
When you go to these college campuses, I love watching your TikTok, which is
Okay, do you get it? He's trash. Why is he talking so fast? I put it on 1.2 because we're neurodivergent here and I don't like to listen to anything if it's not 1.2. Okay, so do you understand? Gavin Newsom is trash. He's been trash since the day I met him all those years ago. He's trash. We don't like Gavin Newsom. I'm sick of it. I'm sick of the people the Democrats are giving. I'm sick of the way the Democrats have been doing everything. I am not a person who is pro-Democrat no matter what. I'm not Jen. I'm not Austin, who says Democrats no matter what. I'm not one of those people. So it's interesting that the same people who had the audacity to say that with their full chest also had the audacity not to take the criticism thrown at them from people that are like, the fuck? Me. Or other people who are like, why would you do this with your full chest? And again, it's because at the end of the day, these people are having fun and they're helping their communities. Two things can be true at once. They are out there protesting. They are raising money. They are encouraging people to vote. They are doing a lot of really good things. And they're doing a lot of harmful things because we are not perfect people. Okay? At the end of the day, they're having fun. And I'm going to show you in a second why I think that.
Anyway, I mean,
come on.
No, I'm able to.
You're having fun here.
No, I know, but I'm able to overcome it regardless because I have built this resilient base of support and I have ways of working around it. But my point is there's a finite amount of time and energy and effort that I can spend on this. And I feel like this is how I can maximize my output. Sure.
And I'm not saying Hassan should run for office. I am not saying that. I'm saying, though, he is having fun.
Agitated propaganda, I think, and also creating a community that is then going out and participating in their own local elections, as many people in my community have already, to success.
At some point, you have to go to graduate to the level where you take their voice and you put it into some kind of Congress, maybe a state one, maybe a federal one.
I don't know. I know a guy.
Get ready.
I know a guy.
Just say, I can't do it. I'm not the guy. I don't want to be the guy. I don't want the responsibility. Say that. Say it with your full chest. I'm not the guy. Please don't rely on me in this way. I'm so sorry. The best I can do is be a streamer. Say that. But he won't. So he wants the credit of being the biggest streamer, the person who's doing the most, and he wants none of the responsibility of doing the most. Okay? Just say it with your full chest. So, okay, this is recent. This was posted a month ago. Okay? This is just me showing you why I think at the end of the day, these boys are just here to have fun and fuck with everybody. They're here to have fun and fuck with each other and in their own way feel like they're doing something. So again, I want to give Hassan his flowers. I want to give Beyonce her flowers. And I want to say, okay, and now what? Right? Okay, now what? Are you going to do something with it or no, you're just going to, okay, cool.
Like for me, there's a little bit of there's a better argument here.
He's talking about Hassan. I'm sorry. Hassan is talking about debating Asmin and they're talking about him, Destiny and Asmin have been doing this 3-way triangle thing where like Destiny, Asmin and Hassan have all been like, debate me. And everyone's like, quote, avoiding debates and everyone's talking about debate. Why would these three talk to each other? Why would Hassan want to talk to Asmin? Why would Destiny need to talk to Asmin? All of them are just trying to become more popular. and do ridiculous things. Well, Asmin being one of the top political commentators is exactly what's wrong with the world. As I think Hassan being the top is also what's wrong with the world. Asmin and Hassan, the two largest political streamers. And you don't think that's a red fucking flag? That's the irony. How is that not the biggest red flag you have ever seen? Two white men at the top? Wow. How American.
Which, for the record, I don't think Asmongold will talk to Destiny either. I don't think he'll talk to Destiny at all. And I do think that it would be productive overall if he even talked to Destiny. Let's be real. To be fair, I don't think that's the reason Asmon isn't talking to him. No, the reason why Asmongold is not talking to Destiny or myself is the same exact reason. Okay? It's the same exact reason. They don't want to, he doesn't want to have this conversation because he is genuinely terrified. Like, actually terrified. He can try to present this as like I'm actually coming at this from the perspective of like, I don't want to platform people or whatever. But yeah, it's because he's unqualified, and it's fine to be unqualified. I wouldn't give it if he wasn't spreading such hateful narratives and actually misdirecting his audience. Examples that I've used in the past, obviously, revolve around the Mahmoud Khalil incident, right? When Mahmoud Khalil was apprehended, detained, and was slated to be deported, I said there's no legal basis to do this. Asmongold farmed that incident and kept claiming over and over again, yeah, it's going to happen. Yeah, it's going to happen. I said, you're wrong. This is a First Amendment.
No, see, chatter, you're being disingenuous. You said you think Hassan and Asmin are the same? What the fuck? No, but they are both white men. Cis, straight white men at the top. And they are both millionaires. So they do have some things in common, but they are not the same. Like, every white man isn't the same as another white man. Being a white man isn't a monolithic experience. But they are still both at the top. So don't even try me. Okay? Len, welcome to memberships. Happy to have you here.
Violation, clear cut through and through. If the administration actually followed through on this, this would be a severe violation of the First Amendment. And he was wrong. That's just one example. There are a million examples of this every single day. Right? That's all it is. He doesn't want to look silly. He doesn't want to look like he's wrong. And that's why he'd rather talk about me to his audience instead of talking to me, where his audience can make up their own minds. It's actually also somewhat insincere. Like, you're basically saying you don't trust your audience. You don't trust your own skill. You don't trust your own knowledge. And you don't really trust your audience to make up their own minds either. You have to.
Okay, chat says Hassan is on his way out. Now, I don't know if you're saying what I'm about to say. I think Hassan is tired. Just like I think Chelsea Fagan is tired. Because even coming from a leftist economic perspective, the financial diet, I've been noticing, I think everyone is tired, and I'm just getting started, baby. And I'm not political, but I'm just getting started. I've been here 20 years, and I'm just getting started now. Do you know what I'm saying? All these people are burning out. I'm saying, go take a nap, because the content you're putting out is bad. You are putting out sloppy content because you're so tired, and we know Hassan does not take a break. Okay? Okay? Chelsea Fagan had the audacity. They just posted a 14-minute video on their finance channel that basically looked like it was taken with their iPhone, and they have 1 million subscribers. Like, girl, do not waste my time, my precious time on earth. Come on now. Come on. I know you guys are tired. Take a break and pass the mic. The fact that they're holding on to the mic so hard is a part of the problem. Pass it along. Not to me. I didn't ask for it. I don't want it. I'm a philosophy channel. I'm a philosophy girly. I don't want your microphones. Okay? I'm saying pass it along, though. You're tired.
To keep it compact. And before Destiny says, oh, Hassan, you do the same thing. Brother, with the exception of talking to someone like Destiny, I do actually talk to right-wing commentators with regular frequency. You've just lied to your audience and claimed.
Yeah, which is bullshit. Why in the world are you talking to conservatives? Why are you talking to them? Hell, I'm not even talking to my own parents right now. Either make a stance and make it clear to people this is serious, or don't. I'm not saying you should stop talking to your parents, by the way, because like I'm testing mine. I'm giving my parents a chance to grow the fuck up. But I'm saying do something radical so they understand how serious it is, and then accept that they won't change because of it. Why are you talking to conservatives? What is your job that you need to talk and promote and support? Because I know conservatives. I was born a conservative. They will use Hassan. They are using him. They benefit. He doesn't. The left never benefits from collaborating with Nazis. Only the Nazi benefits. It's only them who benefits always, forever.
That I don't do that. I talk to right-wingers all the time. I do not shy away from the open discourse. As a matter of fact, I'm trying to talk to this right-winger right now.
Try to bully you into talking to them so you give them a platform.
He would rather debate a clip of yours as he's doing right now. Let's see what he's doing. Let's see.
See the obsession? Why is Hassan so eager to talk to Asmin? Now, I understand back in the day, I think we were all pretty good faith with Asmin years ago, myself included, Hassan included. But now Asmin is lost. He's so lost. I can't believe we gave him a chance to begin with. But doesn't Hassan see this as a part of giving him a chance? Now Hassan is validating him. Now Asmin has so many clips to show. Hassan wants to debate me. Hassan wants to debate me. Asmin Gold is absolutely in the back of his head gagging and vomiting and laughing at how easy it is to make so much money off Hassan's name. And Hassan, in some ways, I would hate to think is doing the same thing, but come on now. What are you doing? Why are you validating Asmin by saying, let me debate you? Are you debating serious people or not? Oh, so no Asmin is worth the debate. So you're not debating serious people. You're here for fun. Make it make sense. Your debate partners are a reflection of you as a whole. Who you choose to debate with, I think, is a reflection of your content and your seriousness in the matter. Why are you debating? Why do you even want to debate Asmin Gold? It doesn't make any sense.
So I was on Instagram, and so people are they said my 2026 going to be like, and they're making fan cam edits of AI generated montages of Jeffrey Epstein out on ski boats on an island with a bunch of rich friends and stuff like that. And they're actually trying to create an aura for Jeffrey Epstein.
I think he's just farming. He must be just farming the people that are looking for anti-Hassan clips because he's not even talking about me in this situation. Let's see what he said before.
Oh, so did he use Hassan's name in the clip just to get people to click on it? And then Hassan clicked on it and he can't even find the section he's talking about himself in? Oh, Asmin Gold listen, when I research somebody, I really go into it. Asmin Gold is notorious for professionally trolling, for professionally utilizing space, for always making as much money as possible. He's a radical capitalist. I don't know what to tell you. You know what I mean? Why are you even engaging?
Or look at Hassan meat riding Asmin Gold for the 300th day in a row. Does it feel like the walls are closing in a little bit? Hassan says the walls are closing in for Asmin Gold after his Minnesota child care coverage. Does it feel like the walls are closing in a little bit on your daddy? They're K-pop stands. At least K-pop artists are hot. You're over here standing for this creature. Yeah. He has no argument. Yeah. That's why he just calls me ugly. When he calls me ugly, he's calling you ugly, chat. He's calling everybody ugly. He's just like that jock on your daddy.
What is this?
Look at Hassan meat riding Asmin Gold for the 300th day. He and his community will cut parts of your answer and turn it to his advantage. Bet. Yeah, I know. I don't give a shit. They do this every day. The reality of the matter is, it is pertinent. It is up to the individual. Okay. I have confidence not only in my worldview, but I also have confidence in the minds of all these people that tune in. Eventually, for every 10 people that tune in for more on content, there's going to be 3 people that will go, let me go see this for myself. Okay.
So what's the point then? Right? You see how I don't have to collab with Hassan to maybe get a couple Hassan people to see my perspective and maybe jump on board? If he really just wants to give Hassan viewers a chance to jump on board, it doesn't require a collaboration. But this is the point I want to make because I think this is so important. So when I say they're not very serious, and when I ask you, what is Hassan's embodied beliefs? I still don't get it because I've been trying to understand what do you do in your life that reflects your deeply held beliefs, right? An example is overconsumption or animal cruelty or what is something that Hassan, it shows up in his life. So this is a stream that I saw a year ago when I was trying to watch Hassan a lot and I was trying to see who he is and if I wanted to vibe with him, if I wanted to watch him every day, if I wanted to put him in my rotation of people that I enjoyed. And this stream just made me go, see, these people are liberals. These people are liberals. These are liberals. Now, okay, actually, hold on, pause. Before I go into this, wait. Look what came up on my feed today. It's Austin in a thumbnail with a group of black men, and it says, I took my gay homie to the hood. You know this content is bullshit. This is the worst kind of content on this platform. This is a stereotypical liberal agenda, conservative agenda content that is always bad content. So I was who is this guy? I went onto his channel. His name is Your Rage, and he's literally collabing 2 weeks ago with Emaru. So everyone Hassan hangs out with regularly is always connected to everyone Asmin hangs out with regularly. That's my point. That's my fucking point. Okay? That's what I'm saying. What are we doing? Here's a part of the video. What is you know what this content is. You know exactly what this content is. And look I used to love watching Fair and for Cinderella. for Austin and oh my God, why am I forgetting her name? Cutie Cinderella, right? I used to love watching it, but then their liberal takes just got so obnoxious. I was like, girls, you are so liberal. You are so liberal. And that's what I'm saying. Like, I like watching on occasion, but I get burnt out. I get burnt out on the liberalness of it.
Are you ready? Oh, see?
Do you know what I'm saying? Like, you know this bubble. You know the bubble of like taking the white gay guy to the hood. Wow, he has to hang around with black people. It's like, you know what this content is. Why a black guy goes into the most racist town in America. Like, you know that content. It's not good content. And it's not, I feel like a progressive person wouldn't make that content. You know, not like, maybe they would make it in like at the stage in their life where they're transitioning from liberal to progressive. But I feel like if you're truly like at this stage right now, I certainly couldn't do it. You know, just as how do you not like Austin? No, I like Austin the way you like your liberal family members. You know, I like them. I like Austin the way I like one of my brothers who like is a liberal. You know what I mean? Okay. Because I don't think you're giving a fair shake to what Rage was doing. I don't think it matters when the branding is exactly what is utilized in certain spaces. It's all, at the end of the day, it's about branding. At the end of the day, like, you know what I mean? Like, I know what this branding is. I know what it is. And it's meant to exploit stereotypes, to bring, quote, people together. But it isn't. It just comes at the expense of minorities, even if it feels like liberation. But that's my opinion. Okay. Look at this video here. This was Nick. He was going through a divorce. You probably know his face. Okay. And just look at this shopping haul with Hassan. Okay. Just like look at the shopping haul with Hassan for a little while. Just like watch it with me. There's 3 parts I want to show you.
With how much money these things cost. Like, you're not getting like
$9,000,
$10,000 worth of juice.
No, it's
because it's like
so let's go with
luxury item.
Illiterate. Maybe
so how much does it
maybe
really cost?
quality.
$50
as an option.
Are they hiding?
Do we have any size?
a ton.
46, maybe even 48.
A ton. I mean,
we can do this for
Convict.
What? I don't know why it doesn't say on it. Damn, this shit is free, I guess, if they don't have it on there.
Oh my God, dude! I'm gonna get my new clothes, dude. I get a couple shots of me. I'm gonna be on the top.
So Nick is getting back into the dating world. He's going through a divorce, and they're trying to take him shopping to improve his fit and his look. Okay, they're trying to get him a new fit to improve his aesthetic to meet the ladies, basically.
Oh, I like this one.
You're going on the
Oh
town?
my God, it's going out in the town, yeah.
Are you?
Simple.
Oh yeah.
Did you bring like your best outfits for this? 'Cause
Absolutely
You already
not.
look nice.
This is what we had left in the
That's
house.
my standard though. Like, what's this? Is this a tank, dude? What is that?
This is a tank top.
Who makes that? Because that's dope.
Oh, it's Amazon.
Well, no.
Like, I literally got this on Amazon. It's like, I think $15 or something.
Okay, so there's something about that, right? Oh my God, I just got this on Amazon. It was like $15. So you shop at Amazon. So in one ways, he's like, I'm rich, but I only spent $15 on clothes. But you bought it from Amazon. Okay, got it. Like, that's fine. Okay? That's, okay, noted.
That's what.
So you're looking good in $15, and you brought me to $10,000 pants.
No, but the rest of the outfit, like, the whole point is, you gotta get a good silhouette. Okay?
We got options.
The point of this
was in Thriller.
Yeah.
Maybe.
So Nick just said, you know, you're talking about shopping at Amazon, but you bought me to a store with $10,000 pants, right?
It was a Thriller jacket.
It is. The whole point is that, like, it's...
Yeah, Chad says, respectfully, these guys give such fuckboy energy. That's what I'm saying. Thank you, ladies. Can we please clock it? Can we please lock in? Can we please know exactly? Exactly. We know this aesthetic. Fashion is a choice, girl, and fashion is a statement. So what is this aesthetic choice?
It's a complimentary piece to everything else I'm wearing. You don't have to have everything be expensive.
I need something that, like, it can't be too, like,
we need to run it
because I get aroused easily.
Yeah.
So it has to be, I have to be able to, like, it can't be like sweatpants.
Go tell that to him.
No, I need you to tell him that.
I'm not gonna tell him that.
No,
Just tell him you want a thicker. You tell him you want thicker
I was
fabric.
in the club at TwitchCon, rock hard.
Okay. Now they're talking about their, like, penises and how they show up through clothes. Okay. Next clip.
So when I saw it over there, I was like, oh, that's the name of the brand? I thought, so it says it's called Lydia One of a Kind. And so when I saw it over there, I was like, oh shit, there's only one of these? No.
It's $1,700, $1,795 for this piece of clothing. Because that Nick is a millionaire, he belongs there. Well, that's the thing. Like, again, when we have conversations around money and sustainability and how we show up in the world and what role we're playing, I'm not saying I haven't spent thousands of dollars on Amazon. I'm saying now that I'm at this stage in my life, I have to also walk the walk and say, I believe that if we keep deconstructing our relationship to a lot of the ways we exist in the world, people in the positions of privilege that Hasan are in, especially, should not be shopping at Amazon. I don't shop on Amazon unless there is, in the last 12 months, we've shopped twice on Amazon, and it was for items that we either could not absolutely get or we're not rich enough to not see a $300 difference as a big deal. I don't have that kind of money. And if there's a $300 difference in savings, I have to shop at Amazon. We've done it twice in 12 months. But everything else, we either do not shop for or we shop somewhere else. The idea is to harm reduce, right? But like, we don't have the kind of money that says, oh, I can pay the $300 difference. But Hasan does. He does, right? And so if we ever had that kind of money, we would make those decisions. Okay?
There are officially 2.
Okay, so there's this, and then here's the third clip. And this clip is the most important to me. So Nick had just paid. He just finished shopping for all the clothes. Okay, he had been like, everyone was just like, they kept talking about, oh my God, everything's so expensive. Everything's so expensive. But then here they are here. Okay, so then here he comes, Nick comes around the corner to say, I finished shopping. And then they want to know what the damage was, how much they spent.
You got him, Nick? What's the damage?
It was about $8,000.
Damn.
First of all, he said $8,000 and Hasan didn't even look. He didn't even react, right? Hasan didn't even nothing, right?
Bro, dude gets fucking...
It wasn't $8,000. It was, he literally threw out a crazy number to shock Hasan, and it wasn't even the real number. And Hasan didn't act shocked. $8,000?
It wasn't $8,000? Wait, really?
Wait, that's kind of not
That's
bad.
like surprising that...
So now they're excited that it was only $3,000. Like now they're like, oh, it's only $3,000? Wait, that's so surprising. What is this? Are these like, what is this store? Where do the items come from? Who makes them? Where do they come from? Whose hands were making them? I get it if you're telling me every single piece was made by your grandma who lives down the road and every single piece is custom made and so she deserves that money. But is this fast fashion? Whose store is this? Can someone tell me? You know what I mean? But I'm sitting here like, even so, even bragging on a vlog with a majority of people probably making 20 to 50K a year, talking about a $3,000 shopping haul, why is this even vlogged? Like, why are we even vlogging this while talking about anti-capitalism? Do you know what I'm saying? You know, shop in your private time and leave us out of it.
Listen, he could tell I was poor, so he gave me a...
He gave you a discount? He gave the homie hookup?
He could tell I was poor, so he gave me a discount.
Yeah, he went and got the cheapest items in the whole store. He said, this guy can't hack it.
Bro, you just dropped 3 bills, brother. That's crazy.
Yeah, I know. I'm just joking. Yeah, 3 bills. Let's see. How many subs do we get today?
Can I get help with belts?
if he covered
I
it.
need like a black belt.
Yeah.
That's 36, 38,
Yeah, I'm gonna
36.
go outside
and make a phone call.
What I love is that you're going to be wearing
Western
your standard fair outfit
or
outside
more
of just
casual. I
one
mean, it doesn't
really
matter. I
cool
just need a
outfit.
black belt. It's this way.
If that one doesn't fit, I can poke in the phone. I have like an actual.
Like, I get it. I do. Right? I'm not saying there aren't exceptions to rules. I'm saying I don't get what the belief is. I don't get the belief. Like, I don't get the value. I don't understand the morals. I don't see where you stand ethically. Like, I don't get this whole video. This whole video is so confusing. Like, why does it exist? Why am I seeing this? Why did I even come across it? This is what turned me off to Hasan the most. This video, where I'm like, this is not attractive to me. This is not good. You know what I mean? And what's worse is they're making money, right? Because chat's like, oh, it's just to make money. Well, that's the irony, right? So now they're streaming, and while you're paying them to watch, so that's why Nick went, oh, how many subs did we get today after he just dropped 3K? Because that's what he's doing with the money. And I'm not saying he can't do that with his own money. We all get to do what we want with our money, but I'm saying like that's what's happening. Stream is watching them, and they're making money, and then they're going to go spend that money. They're going to go spend 8K could be like 8K is like a third of people's yearly salary. You know what I mean? Like it could be 50% of someone's salary. So I'm just saying, like, I don't understand what the point of this video is. And how does this work when it comes to walking the walk? Like, again, I think there can be exceptions. Absolutely. There can be exceptions in which buying high priced items could make sense. But I'm pretty anti overconsumption at this point in my life. I'm not a fan of Pokimane. I have a whole video on my podcast channel about Pokimane bragging about buying all of her friends' luxury items as if this is a brag. This is not good. Pokimane doing diamond hauls is not progressive. It's not good. It's not even, take the word progressive out of it. It's not good. It's not good for the planet. It's not good for people. It's not good for her friends. It's not good for anybody. You're limited time on Earth and you're buying $20,000 diamond necklaces. What are we doing? I get it. I get it. When I was in the lean-in bubble, when I was a liberal, when I was a capitalist, when I was like watching Samantha from Sex and the City, I was like, I'm going to buy myself a Birkin. I get it. I get it. But that was 10 years ago, you know? That was 10 years ago. So what are we doing now? So I have to say these things. Hassan has to do what he has to do, and I got to say what I got to say. Okay? And I'm saying, I don't think this is good for people. I'm not saying he's an evil person. I'm saying he's philosophically disjointed. I don't know what his actual stance is on any of these things. I don't know how this plays into progressive thinking. I don't understand how this relates to, and look, he's a meat eater. So we haven't even started to broach the topic about plant-based eating or animal cruelty or anything else, right? Like there's so many topics for us to all ask ourselves. And I'm not making a prescription. I'm not saying you have to be vegan. I'm not saying you have to be progressive. I'm not saying you have to be anything. I'm saying, what I look for in a progressive leftist voice is somebody who, to the best of their ability, is reasonable no matter how rich they get in what they purchase and how they exist in the world. I am looking for somebody, who is definitely coming from maybe a different perspective. But I get it. Now, statistically, when men make money, they hoard it or spend it on themselves. And when women make money, they tend to uplift communities in a very direct way. And I just think, as much as good as Hassan does, I'm not convinced it matters when his personal life or his personal aesthetic or his personal actions feel contradictory to that help. If he's only doing the help so you guys don't criticize the fact that he just didn't say anything about $3,000. Do you know what I'm saying? Then I'm not into it, right? Just as, how is that contrary to progressive thinking? His money didn't come from a factory. His point is that you don't have to be a monk to be progressive. In my mind, I'm going to take you as so good faith. In my mind, progressive is also part of philosophical progression, which means to progress past the need to even think one needs these types of aesthetic clothing choices, these types of items, these types of high purchase. Like, if you deconstruct from capitalism, and if you deconstruct from a very particular bubble, then the result should be not spending money this way. You would think, at least, that the end of coming to this point is not to make a stream to all of these people who are suffering in this economy. This was just last year, right? About dropping 3K on something. Okay, it kind of feels like, look, I'm in the part of the internet that says, like, we don't want to see your fancy houses right now. We don't want to see your fancy clothes. We don't want to see your fucking hauls. We don't want to see that you spend 50K on makeup. We don't want to see that. We don't want to see it. And it feels like Hassan would almost fit into that bubble. Not that bubble I'm talking about, but the other one. It feels like he's this away from just becoming a spend 10K today. And I'm saying, why are we doing this? You know, like why is this the follow through of your belief? It's kind of like, you know, the way Hassan says he's a Muslim. You're not a Muslim. Do you pray 5 times a day and go to mosque? Are you a Muslim? Is your girlfriend a Muslim? Are you guys going to raise your babies Muslim? You're not a Muslim. Okay? It's like you want the title without any of the responsibility. Same thing with Christians that are like, I'm a Christian. You're not a Christian. You don't go to church. You don't adhere to Jesus' scripture. You don't follow the 10 Commandments. You're not a Christian. Like, you want the label with none of the responsibility. Chat says she's just saying, what is his values? If his values against capitalism, why stream luxury clothing? Exactly. Why stream luxury clothing? Which we know 100%, like, and look, maybe I'm misunderstanding this shop. Maybe I'm misunderstanding the store. Maybe, let's see, do they link the store somewhere? Maybe I'm just misunderstanding what is this store. Is that the problem? Is someone going to tell me all of these items are actually made by, like, you know, someone's mother, and this is actually like feeding a family of 10? You know? Like, what is it? I can't figure it out. I'm looking for details, but I'm not seeing a detail. You know? I just think it's interesting. You know? Chaz says, bro, he grew up Muslim. He said so many times, like, he's culturally Muslim because of his background. He openly says he doesn't practice. Okay. I don't believe in it. I don't believe in cultural Christian, cultural Muslim. I don't believe in it. Richard Dawkins does this. Richard Dawkins says, I'm an atheist who's against Christianity, but I'm culturally Christian because I hate Muslims. I don't believe in it. I don't believe in the concept. I think it's a bad way to view the world. If you want to engage in cultural things, okay, then then you wouldn't have to say it. But Hassan uses the whole, do you hate me? I'm a Muslim thing all the time. He used it against those MAGA parents he should not have platformed, right? The necessary conversation folk, he should not have talked to those people. He should not have platformed their hateful ideas. And he said, I'm a Muslim. Do you hate me? See how he's weaponizing? I don't understand how you don't understand that I'm interested in deconstructing these expectations. No cultural Christianity, no cultural Islam, no cultural nothing. Deconstruct these patriarchal customs from your life and reconstruct them in a way that doesn't rely on adhering to these words that uplift this patriarchal standard. Okay? I understand. But I'm saying, for me personally, it feels unnecessary. You know? Discord said shops Amazon so he stays relatable but buys luxury brands to be aspirational and pedestal. There is no moral or ethical standard embodied, just branding. That's what it feels like, but I don't know. What I would like to know, somebody answer the question. You know? Okay? Chat says in school we learned about progressive Judaism and Orthodox Judaism. Is it not the same with those other Abrahamic religions? No. See, you can't say, okay, white girl to me when Hassan and I are the same kind of white. Do you know what I'm saying? You can. I'm going to block you. You're not allowed to weaponize my whiteness against me when Hassan and I are the same kind of white. He looks exactly like my brother. That's what I'm saying. See how I'm just a white woman, but Hassan is a Muslim man? I'm just a white lady, even though my family's from Iraq and we're Assyrian, but Hassan is all of a sudden not a white man. This is patriarchy. This is patriarchy. And that's what I'm saying. We're both white and we're both the same exact kind of white. Both of our families speak Arabic. Both of our families come from a place that is considered terrorist. Both of our families have to deal with shit. Okay. But when I say something, and I'm saying that's why Hassan as a brand, I can't get fully on board because I see too much misogyny, right? Because he doesn't hate anybody, though. He just says it's his identity. It tells someone how somebody grew up in their background. I just don't think he weaponizes it at all. Jazz says, I think his family speaks Turkish, but go off. Doesn't he speak Arabic? I swear he spoke Arabic with people on stream. Either way, I think it, again, oh, see, this is it. Chat says it's not your place to question someone's religion. Keep it to politics. No. That's where you guys are misunderstanding this. Where did you grow up? How did you grow up? Why do you let people continue to use words as a point of something but not the other? Why do you let them utilize words? Why do you think his religion doesn't matter? That's because you're protecting patriarchal religions. You are. You are protecting patriarchy. Do you know what I'm saying? He was speaking Turkish. Okay, we love a Turkish king. We love a Turkish king, okay? Do you know what I'm saying? That says, I think when people call him a terrorist and Islamic fundamentalist, it's pretty safe to say they're referring to him being a Muslim. They're referring to the fact that he was raised a Muslim. And so what Hasan does as a counter is he says, I am a Muslim. Instead of saying, no Muslim should be attacked this way, which I know he does say, but when he says, I am a Muslim, well, you're not, okay, you're not a Muslim. You're not a practicing Muslim, which means you're not a Muslim. This is, you know, my Catholic family does this. Do you know my Catholic family tells the kids I'm a Catholic, even though I'm not a Catholic? Because they say once a Catholic, always a Catholic. Your patriarchal religions will not be uplifted in my name. And the fact that Hasan is allowing his name to be uplifting, being a Muslim, is the point. You can't be anti-patriarchy and pro-Islam or pro-Catholicism or pro-patriarchy. You have to be, if you're anti-patriarchy, be anti-patriarchy and tackle Islamophobia. Tackle Islamophobia. No Islamophobia allowed. But patriarchy, not a thing. You know? And that's what I'm saying. I'm saying, how can you sit in one side of your mouth and talk about being anti? And I get it. He's always battling people. But I'm saying that's kind of my point. What is your belief when you're not always on the defense? And how does that show up in your daily life? Okay? That's my point. Okay? And you can make the decision about, oh, it's cool when he does it, it's fine when you do it. I'm saying, I don't believe this. I think it's not helpful. Right? Okay? Chet says he's a former Muslim, but like you are a former Catholic, but Hasan shields behind it in a way you don't. That's what it feels like. You know? Chet says once a Muslim, always a Muslim, though, Brit. Well, only because you believe in the construct. It's a made-up religion. God isn't real. It's not real. No, not once a Muslim, always a Muslim. No, not once always a Catholic, once always a Catholic. That's only if you believe in the construct. That's only if you adhere to it, thus propping it up as real, thus validating it. I do not validate patriarchy no matter the form it comes in, but I will fight against discrimination and I will fight people who attack Muslims. Okay? And I'm saying you can't pick and choose what variation of patriarchy you decided works for you. Just like you can't pick and choose what form of racism is okay. Just like you can't pick and choose what form of homophobia is okay. Not that you cannot pick and choose these things. No racism, no homophobia, no transphobia, no Islamophobia, no patriarchy. That's it. You say you're sick of Gavin Newsom, but see how all of a sudden we're cool with patriarchy? So you say you want someone who will get up there and say, none of this is allowed, and not understand that means none of your family's religions are allowed. I know billions of people on this planet are patriarchal, like they believe in patriarchal religions. Most of the people on this planet are transphobic and homophobic. We can stop people from discriminating, and we can hold people to a higher standard. What do you mean you want a candidate that isn't going to play nice with systems when you're doing it slightly over here socially? You are doing it socially. That's what I'm saying. Okay? That's what I'm saying. I'm saying either do something about it or just say, I'm going to tolerate this level of patriarchy or homophobia or transphobia in my life. Because I know for a fact there's no way Hasan's family is generally left. And if they are, that would be quite interesting. Because how are they Muslims and part of patriarchal religions? And you know what I mean? Because if his family is anything like my family, there is a lot of transphobia and homophobia. And maybe he's the exception. And when I say family, I mean extended family, everybody. Okay? So when he sits there and goes, I'm a Muslim, that would be like if I got up here and I said, oh, I was a Catholic. I'm not a Catholic. I want nothing to do with that. Thank you. I want absolutely no branding. I am a former Catholic. I was raised Catholic. I am not a Catholic. On principle, I could never be a Catholic. Don't even. But he doesn't do that. He goes, oh, I'm a Muslim. Of course you are. Of course he is. Because there's no backlash for a man adapt or bragging about being a part of a patriarchal structure. But how would it not be hypocritical of me as a intersectional feminist, as somebody who's more left, if I got up here and said, oh, I'm a Catholic? What do you mean you're a Catholic? The same Catholic Church that protected all those predators? What do you mean you're a Catholic? How hypocritical would that be? No. And yet, and just a reminder, we might be anti-patriarchal religions, but no Islamophobia can be tolerated. You cannot be anti-Islam and pro-Christianity. You can't. So all those Christians that are like, yeah, Islam sucks. No. You be quiet. Okay? No. That says, I also believe he identifies as a Muslim, so he could be a representation for Muslim communities. But at the end, it's very surface level. But what bad representation is that? What representation is it that he is? A non-practicing Muslim? He might as well be Sneeko. You know, Sneeko also says he's a Muslim. Andrew Tate says he's a Muslim. These are bad representations of Islam, or maybe they're perfect representations of Islam. I'll leave it to Islam or Muslims in general, leaders, to say, But let's be real. All three of these men say they're Muslim. So make it make sense, okay? From a progressive lens, makes it make sense. And no, I don't believe in feminist Muslims. And no, I don't believe in progressive Muslims. I don't believe in progressive Catholics either. And I don't believe in LGBTQ people going to progressive churches. Anything, I don't believe in progressive Christians. I don't think any of those things exist. I think they're a cope because you haven't deconstructed religion and you still need a place to go to on Sundays, but I don't think they exist. And I think it's a cope. So when I hear people say, oh, I'm a progressive Christian, girl, come back later. Okay? So just FYI. Justice Britt, your original question was if he isn't a Muslim, why does he say he is? Okay, and he's not a Muslim. If you don't believe it, you don't practice it, you don't show up as, you're not. Just like you're not vegan if you're sneaking honey. You're not vegan if you're sneaking some pork on Taco Tuesday. You're not a vegan if you're not. You might say you are, but on this definition of, you're not. Okay? Now, you might say you are. You can make the argument that, oh, I'm going to say I am this thing, though, and I'm going to do this thing, and then we can talk about it. But in my opinion, no. Okay? Chad said, what is a good Muslim? I don't know. Ask a Muslim. I'm not a Muslim. I don't know what a good Muslim is. You know what I mean? You know? He says it as a reply to Islamophobia. Yes, but at the expense of who? If you own patriarchal religions to fight Islamophobia, you are throwing women and marginalized people under the bus. You are throwing women under the bus who are more progressive. You're throwing queer people under the bus. You cannot support patriarchal religions that are anti the fundamental values of leftist people and then say, oh, you're doing it to combat Islamophobia. I combat Islamophobia and I don't need to identify as a Muslim. Okay? You cannot choose to defend this thing by identifying with this thing and then say, oh, but it's just to combat this thing. No. In my opinion, no. You can disagree, but I'm right. And I say it now. Oh my God, girl, hold on. I say this now because I want there to be I want to say this now because I think it's going to be even more clear in 5 to 10 years. Because remember, I'll still be here. But 2, I'm saying it now because I think it's true and I think I'm right. Okay? Right? Ted says you have a lot to say about what a bad Muslim is. What's a good one? No, see, what are you doing? You're not listening to me. I already told you. I have the same standard for what a bad Muslim is as I have the same standard for what a bad Christian is or a bad progressive is. Walk the walk or get the fuck out my chat. Walk the walk or I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear all these Catholic men talk about, I'm a good Catholic man, but this teenager just seduced me. I'm a good Muslim, but I just can't handle it. Pork is so good. I'm a good vegan. I just can't help slaughtering chickens on Tuesday. I don't want to hear it. No. Absolutely not. Okay? Why are you saying all religions are anti-left? Sounds really uninformed, and you're stereotyping all religions. I specifically said patriarchal religions, but if you want to listen better, you can. Patriarchal religions are absolutely contradictory to leftist perspectives. Okay? Yeah, chat says fill in Muslim with any religion or group or philosophy. Exactly. Walk the walk or move aside. Okay? That's it. Walk the walk or move aside. Okay? That's it. Okay, now if he comes out tomorrow and says, guys, I'm a full practicing Muslim, then we should absolutely discount him as a leftist voice. Because how is a leftist progressive voice who says they care about queer people or marginalized folks turning around and becoming a Muslim, which was Malcolm X's greatest sin? That was his greatest sin, being a Muslim. Because at the end of the day, it comes at the expense of women and marginalized communities. Because as much as I love Muslim people and I love my family who is Catholic, their religion is my Catholic religion is 100% it's like 95% of the reason there's so much harm in the universe. There's so much abuse, so much cruelty that happens in the name of religion. And even more than that, in the way we grow up psychologically speaking, the way we see ourselves, the way we view ourselves, the way we love ourselves, the way we validate ourselves. It's your religion. It's causing so much harm. And until you're really ready to talk about it, we're not going to get there. I know. I want to protect Muslim people. I want to protect everybody. But you won't let me protect you without burning me in the process. And still, I will fight for you to be protected legally. See how I will go out of my way to protect religious people legally, but they won't do the same for me? Because according to them, I'm sinning and going to hell. And they're right and I'm wrong. Right? But still, as you tell me I am a sinner and I'm wrong, I will fight for your rights. I'm not a Richard Dawkins. I'm not one of these white atheist boys who says, oh, fuck Islam then. No, protect Muslims. Protect Muslims as they sit here and vote against your civil rights. Protect Catholics as they sit here and, protect religious rights. Okay? But at the end of the day, I'm not excited that you are uplifting patriarchal religions. And I will never, 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 never be able to in good conscience, show up on my stream and say, I am an intersectional feminist. I am a progressive. I want to be left of whatever left is, and sit here and say that patriarchy has a place in a liberated society. Okay? Right? But I love Malcolm's work. I like some of Hassan's work for sure. I like so many people's work. I like so many people who happen to be Muslim. But I look at them and I think, man, you really can't. Even the most liberal, even the most leftist, they still cling to their patriarchy, don't they? They want to pick and choose what parts of it work for them. They want the community and they want to follow some of the rules, but not all of the rules. And I'm saying I wish people would just admit, because progressives do this all the time, and the liberals do this all the time about their Christianity. Oh, Brittany, don't you think Jesus, though, would have loved gay people? No. Don't you think Jesus would have? No. You believe a man named Jesus walked the earth and rose from the dead and was born of a Virgin Mary? Don't talk to me about what Jesus would like. You believe in the myth of a man called Jesus who rose from the dead, girl. Stop. Stop talking to me and try to convince me that your magic stuff is real. I respect you. I respect you as a person. I don't respect your religion. And I value you enough to protect your rights. I hope you do the same when it comes down to it. For me and everybody else who's marginalized. Okay? That's it. But no, I can't sit here and compromise my values around patriarchy just because you're a great person. I know you're a great person. Just like some of my family members who are MAGA are so fucking lovable. But at the end of the day, they're bigoted. And patriarchal religions are bigoted institutions that some of them hold and are eagerly trying to gain more power. If Christian nationalism is so scary, and you know it's so scary, then why would you talk about being a progressive Christian? What is that? What does that mean? Okay, what do you think it really means if you really think about it? It's like saying there's progressive white supremacy. No. Is there progressive white supremacy I don't know about? I don't think so. But see, when it comes to marginalized folks who are women or who are gay, maybe we'll make exceptions. Maybe patriarchy is not so bad. Maybe we could work with it. Maybe, no. I don't think so. All right, that's my rant. Let me end with this note. And this is where I'm at, because this is my person. I'm an Alok fan. Alok is a non-binary trans activist in the more philosophical, spiritual, stand-up comedian bubble. They're very successful in their own right, but they do not get the same traction as other people because ultimately it doesn't make good content, because, Alok isn't debating Asmongold, apparently.
Many people are living life as if there's a carrot dangling on a string, continually told that if they just climb the tree, then they will experience the sweetness, but the tree bears no fruit. Work, 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 so that you can be promised on the other side rest, relaxation, heaven even. But what I believe is that heaven is a practice, not a promise. And I believe that it is possible to make heaven here on earth now. The reason that many of the people that I love and many of the people that I am are targeted is because we're heaven making now. And that is profoundly uncomfortable to an entire consciousness and citizenry that has been fed the deliberate lie that they must wait. Many people.
Yeah, I'm not going to wait. I find Alok so refreshing and aligned with so many of my beliefs. I'm here. Whatever this is, I'm in this bubble. Okay? This is where I want people to go. I want you to liberate yourself from all of those things. And remember, Alok is very different than this. Okay? And we should know the difference. If you do not know the difference, that just reinforces my point that we are a reflection of the world as a whole, and we are not ready. We're not ready, and that's okay. I don't blame you. I don't blame you for not being ready. It's really hard to get there. So be kind to yourself through the process and recognize that humans are going to human. And that's why the world is the way that it is. It's us. Okay? All right, let's take a small break. We'll come back. I can answer questions when I get back about whatever you want, and then we'll get into our next topic. Okay? I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Let's pause the music in 1, 2, 3. First of all, thank you guys for being here and thank you for having an open discussion. And look, even when I get passionate, okay, I'm just an autistic girly with a special interest. I appreciate it because you make me better at communicating my points. You make me able to communicate and get across. And you actually end up building my audience for me because, well, you ask questions and I answer. People start to see, oh, I get where she's coming from. And then they go, actually, I think I agree or I disagree, but I'm going to keep watching and I'm here for it, right? Right? And I think that's great. And I appreciate that so much. I really do. So if you have any questions, like ask them and I can try to help, right? Or I can give you an opinion. You said, how do you keep yourself in check to make sure you are trying to be as progressive as possible and not just being self-righteous? Not sure if that makes sense. Well, if you're asking me what I do, and maybe that will help you, is I definitely meditate on it. I ask other progressive friends of mine. I check in with my loved ones. I, ask myself, well, hold on, why am I coming to this opinion? Is this the direction I want to go in? How do I make sure this aligns with my values? How do I make sure that this is, also long-term thought, a lot of people were saying voting for Gavin Newsom is harm reduction. Okay, I practice philosophical harm reduction. And I would argue that real harm reduction would take into account that possibly voting not Gavin Newsom would actually be harm reduction. So the problem is there is an assumption that, oh, I've already thought through it. Voting Democrat is always harm reduction. That's not technically how harm reduction works. You need to think it through. You can't say that. That might not be true always. So you can't actually say that. You have to say, for every circumstance of action, I must then reflect upon said action and figure out the possible consequences and how much of it overlaps with my belief systems. So if somebody said, how would you decide if it was more harm reduction to vote Gavin? Well, it would be very time and place, like day of election. Day of election, you never know how things are going to change or how the world is going to turn out, right? So you have to keep that in mind. You have to be able to adapt to the changes. But some people just go, I'm Republican no matter what. I'm Democrat no matter what. I'm not that kind of voter. I'm always left no matter what, but I'm not that kind of voter. I don't necessarily think the Democrats are owed my vote, but I do think that there is a harm reduction aspect to example communities from the Arab communities, the Palestinian communities, not voting Kamala Harris. I believe that was better harm reduction than having voted for her, right? I do think that contributed to more harm reduction because ultimately they had a good reason. They stood up on their principles and they really made a ruckus about it. They were so good. The way they went into her speeches, the way they protested her, like they really stood on it. And so I support that because they really, really showed up, right? That's like a good example. I think that's like obviously more harm reduction. But then maybe if you're a liberal, you would say, oh, that's not harm reduction. You should put your feelings aside. Yeah, she sucks, but you got to vote for her. No. Like I would say what they did was right. They should have protested her. They should have, made her say something in a sense, pressured her because that's her job. You know what I mean? So it's that kind of stuff too, right? Yeah. Let me see. Chet says, I started watching you a while when you were debating with someone in chat, and I love the open discourse in general, but especially the way you spoke about it. Well, that's my favorite thing about streaming. That's why I started streaming, is I love the real-time conversation. It's just really nice. Obviously it's a little socially awkward because you're just like words on a screen to me. I'm not seeing a voice or seeing like a facial expression. I'm not hearing tone. So it can get a little weird. Like sometimes I can autism on autism crime where I'm like, I'm so sorry, I misunderstood. But I think it's really nice, right? It's kind of nice. So, kind of nice. What's the UA tour? Chet said, how come you're not at the UA tour? What is that? What is that? I don't know what that is. Should I know what that is? What's the abbreviation mean? And I might know what it is. I don't think I know that abbreviation. What is that? I don't know what it is. Let's see. Did I miss anything on chat earlier before that might be interesting to... Let's see. Chat says I'm strongly atheist, but I get the utility behind religion and spirituality. I mean, I get the utility behind genocide, but I'm not pro it. That says we need to get the next generation of children to view human beings conditioned as isn't this do you keep writing this in my chat? Are you the person I muted yesterday? Why do you keep writing the same comment? I don't get it. Isn't this the same comment you said like every time you've ever commented? It's just such a weird thing to say every time. Or no, am I thinking of somebody else? Is this a different username? It's just weird to say the same thing every time. But that's my, see, I'm seeing a pattern. I don't know, maybe you're somebody else. Maybe you're somebody else. Chad said, it's best to be curious as possible. What's my goal with voting? Why am I leaning towards this person? Am I helping more than hurting? Exactly. You know how many Democrats I know, or liberals, or so-called progressives who are like, oh, I just vote the way my parents vote. What? So many people I've met are like, oh, my parents just like tell me who to vote for. They fill it out my ballot and I just turn it in. And I'm like, I know conservatives who do that. I didn't know Democrats were doing it. Because I know a lot of Republicans, they sit together and they all vote the same. I did not know there were going to be people who identified as progressive who would do this. Like, girl, okay, my mom and dad have not helped me out with a ballot since my first election. And even then, I still voted my own way. What? That's crazy. But whatever. It's different when you sit around as a family and you decide. But your mommy filling out your ballot for you is crazy. You know? Ted says, do you think even the progressive versions of patriarchal religions still act as pipelines to more extreme views? Yes. Yeah, I don't think you can have progressive and patriarchal in the same sentence. I don't think those two things are complementary or work together. I think they're contradictory. Like, can you consent to rape? No. You can't have consent and rape in the same sentence. You can't consent to being raped. Right? Like, it doesn't make any sense. But people are like, yes, you can. If you talk about it and discuss, you can get consent for it. Okay, so it's not rape. And they're like, well, it's consent to rape. No, that's not how that works. Like, you know, it's like, no, I don't think so. And I understand the world is like, you have to understand, I come from a position where I radically accept most of the world is patriarchal. Most of the world is bigoted. All of us are prejudiced. All of us are suffering. Like, all of us have problems, right? So I also understand it's about getting there. And that's why I really do respect a lot of really loud leftists for saying, fuck you, fuck the establishment, fuck what we're doing. No shaking hands. Right? But then I want them to do that with their full chest. My favorite progressives on the internet are the ones who inspired me to completely cut off ties with building bridges with anybody who's fucking conservative. So maybe that's also my learned experience, where when I was giving chances to liberals, even liberals, and I was giving chances to even ID'd progressives, if I'm not going to do that anymore personally, because again, like, I'm not your fucking therapist. I'm doing a job here. Now, if we want to have a very organized, here, let me show you this actually. You remember this? We did this yesterday. We talked about this yesterday. Okay, we talked about this conversation here. This setting is very professional to me. It's like I'm processing it as a very professional setting, which means you could have people on a panel that are diversified, but they're all deeply professional in their field. And it's a very serious conversation. It's very serious. There's no like, tee-hee, racism. There's no like your mom jokes. There's no like laughing or yelling and who's the loudest. That's not what's happening. This is a very serious, slowly communicated, well thought out conversation between intellectuals in the space, you know? That's why I really liked this this video. Chat said, who is this? Oh, I don't know. I'm reviewing it in the video. Hold on, I'll find it because we had more videos to watch from it today anyways. We're gonna watch, let me see. Let me go to my watch later. Let me see. It's the Institute of Art and Ideas. Because we were gonna watch some more Tommy Curry because we just like totally loved his ideas yesterday. And I wanted to see more of it. We watched yesterday The Dark Side of Feminism, great video. Rethinking Race and Gender, I want to watch that one today. I think that'd be so fun. And I really like him. And I like that he did say in that clip, you know, philosophy alone isn't the answer. And I agree with him because he said, you know, how good is your philosophy if it's justified all of these people being hurt and harassed and all of these minority people being attacked, which is exactly the point, right? Like, what's the point, you know? Chat Chat says your argument against Hassan is that he's just that he is a hypocrite. You could deploy that against anyone who has any kind of value of improvement. It's a hollow argument. No, my argument against Hassan is not that he's a hypocrite. My argument against Hassan is I don't think he has any actual values. I don't actually think he has any substantial belief systems. I don't think he knows why he thinks what he thinks. It says, what do you think about people? What do you think about Hassan's view on the charitability to people in order to try and convert non-progressives? His main goal is to convert versus cutting off. I'm not a Christian. I don't believe in being an evangelical. I don't knock on people's doors. I'm not a Mormon. If people, come to you and ask you questions, if people are at a point in their life when they're ready to listen, if people want to do the work, okay, I'm also not people's therapist. So, no. I am only willing to build bridges with people that are doing the work and are actually interested. You know what I mean? And I used to be that person. You have to understand, I've been here for a really long time. I've done this for a really long time. Remember that I have done this for a really long time. I have tried to build bridges. I've tried to speak to people. I've tried to be kind. I've tried to be good faith. I've tried to do all these things. And what I had to learn was the real lesson that unless I wanted to sell out and get rich by debating these people, the only good thing that would come from our interactions is my money would go up. They were never going to change their mind. Their audience was never going to care. And yes, I gained 10 or 20 or 30 or maybe 100 new subs from these audiences that were ready to move on, but it doesn't work. Okay? It doesn't work. Your content should be enough because the people that are ready to find it will find it, and they don't need to talk to you or debate you or be platformed by you to learn. Okay? They will learn on their own when they're ready. Just like people say, oh, Bray, I saw you a year ago and your content just pissed me off. But then one day it finally clicked what you were saying and I started watching again and I started to really get it. And I was like, cool. Because you were ready. I didn't do that. You did that. I'm not the reason you grew. You're the reason you grew. Maybe you took a couple of tools out of my toolbox, but Hassan doesn't convert. People are ready to find God. When people are ready to find God, there's somebody waiting to convert them and they take all the credit. It's the person and their job. Like I remember when I used to talk to Sneeko or Destiny or Contra or any of these people, none of these people were ever serious about changing. All of them built platforms and got popular off of having hard conversations, and none of them looked in the mirror. And every time I interacted with these people, it was always about, in some ways, I don't know, they were all so afraid. They were also focused on money. They were also focused on so many things, different things for each of the people. But it was always like, obviously this isn't the answer. And we know it's not the answer. The proof is in the pudding. And I'm telling you, Hassan is next. If he does not introspect, if he doesn't go to therapy, if he doesn't do the work, he is a Contra in the making. It might not be about Israel and Zionism, but it's going to be about something. And that should not be surprising to you. It's very typical for a white man raised under patriarchy, especially, to struggle immensely with deconstructing patriarchy. And on top of that, just being a man in general is hard. And even if it's so hard. I don't know why you think he's the exception, except that's the brand. The brand is he's the exception, even if sometimes the mask falls. That's what I'm saying. And again, once again, a man's voice, right? You trust him more than you trust me, right? He's smarter than me, right? He's more successful. He's prettier. Yeah. I know. I'm not trying to weaponize my gender or my aesthetic. I'm trying to point out something that's so obvious to so many of us that have raised an eyebrow at this man's content and just said, okay. And we are not coming from a liberal perspective. We're just saying, oh yeah, we've been here. We know what this is. We know what this is. And it's okay. It is what it is. But then I have to do what I have to do. And then people have to do what they have to do. I'm trying to be so much better at not letting men get away with their misogyny because I like them. That's something I had to deconstruct. Because a lot of men I really like are misogynistic and they have major problems. And I'm trying not to do that. And so he is no exception. Every time a man especially wants me to call out toxic men, they never think they're going to be included. And I'm saying, oh, you too. You too. And I say it with love, just like I do with my brothers. I love you, but you're being such a misogynist right now. I love you, but that's very homophobic. Hey, I love you, but you're a fucking bigot. Hey, I love you, but absolutely not. I love you, but abso-fucking-lutely not. Okay? Does that answer that question? Chess says the context is Brittany's whole thing is identifying your values so you understand what you do and why you do them so they can be solid foundation in a unstable world. Yeah, your foundation, if you're new to my content, you know, your values are the foundation, okay, on which you build your morals and your ethics, okay? If you do not know your values, which is okay, they're very hard to know. I recommend writing them down. You won't know your right from wrong, which is personal. I don't believe in objective morality, which will build your idea of what's good for society, your ethics, okay? So there's the personal, what I think is right and wrong, and then there's the ethics of what it means for society to flourish, what's good for society. What's good for you might not be good for society. These are the differences. What you think is right or wrong might not have anything to do with people, other, you know. But I think what the idea is supposed to do is you're supposed to say, I remember when I wrote down my values for the first time and I was trying to figure out where I was going with my life because I just didn't understand why I kept running into like toxic people or put myself in. I was in these progressive circles. I was with all these trans and gay people and, you know, all these progressive people. And I kept running into like so many toxic people and I didn't know what was going on. And I was like, well, I know it's not the trans and I know it's not the gay and I know it's not the kink and I know it's not the progressive. It's something else. It's a lack of values, morals that allowed me to say, hey, I see you. I can't be friends with you. I see you, but I can't be friends with you. Like, I really am trying to be very strict about the people who come into my life as a friend, especially because like, I don't need any more lukewarm friends. I couldn't be friends with Hassan based off of what I've seen. Because I can see that to me, it's like, oh, we would fight all the time about his misogyny. I don't want friends I have to fight about their misogyny with. Do you know what I'm saying? I just know we would fight the way I fight with my little brothers. And that's okay. It's not about being his friend. It's about humanizing him as a person. He's struggling. He talked about his food problems. He's talked about so much of his trauma growing up. And then he tells me or tells the stream he hasn't gone to therapy. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I don't need any more men in my life who haven't gone to therapy. And I say that as somebody who thinks therapy is kind of like going to the gym, you know? Like you should just refresh yourself or talk to a professional. Everyone deserves therapy, you know? Yeah, Chet said a lack of values means you might date someone who votes against your human rights. Exactly. So if you say, oh, I value human dignity and I value freedom, and then you say my moral says to protect civil rights, and you say society should do the same, that's pretty in line altogether. But if you say I value freedom, but my morals say being gay is wrong, so I think all of society should be homophobic, do you see how can you value freedom and your personal morals impact ethics? Instead, it should be I value freedom, though I've chosen a construct that limits my own personal freedom. See, the rules of religion apply to you, but they don't apply to others. But then the question is, what's the point of valuing freedom if you're going to be homophobic? So what kind of freedom do you value? That's what I usually ask conservatives. You say you value freedom. What kind of freedom do you value? I value reasonable freedom. I think we're all born free. But I think as a society, it requires us in order to have informed consent, we must have boundaries as a society. But I think there's also the difference between what happens in my house and what happens on the street. So I'm married as an example, right? I have a partner. They and I, when we get together, we are two individuals and then we have a marriage, right? There are rules to this marriage. This is the ethics of our marriage. We each have our own personal morals. Thank goodness they overlap. And because of those overlapping morals, they're reflected in the ethics of our relationship. Okay, we don't do this in our marriage because XYZ. Why don't you do that in your marriage? Oh, for us, we found, based off of our ethics and morals, based off of what we're doing, this makes the most sense. Because again, we have a goal, we have a why, and we have a pathway to making it happen. Okay? Chad said, what if a person's values are hateful? Great question. If you're a person with hateful values, so let's say you're a person who says, I really value hate. Okay, what do you value about hate? You would have to be able to answer that question. Otherwise, you sound like a teenager who's rebellious. Okay, what do you value about hate? What is it that you value about it? You know, it says your video on defining values way back in the day in context of the self and relationship transformed my life and made me realize I had no values and know why. Exactly. Because you grow up your whole life thinking you know right from wrong, but you don't know why you think it. I had to sit down and really force myself to say, why do I think it's wrong, this thing? Because we take it for granted, you know? And I'm saying it takes a lot of meditation, a lot of therapy, a lot of work to just say, why do I think this is wrong? Why do I think this is right? You know? Let's see, Discord, I haven't checked in with you in a second. Hold on. You said I'm thankful for people who see my blind spots, even though sometimes on the moment it gets defensive in reaction. It gets a defensive reaction from me. Totally. Yeah. Absolutely. And that's the thing too. It's okay that you're defensive. It's okay that you're having feelings. That's okay. Do you have the introspection and self-awareness to say, hey, I'm getting really defensive right now. Give me a second. I can feel my biological defenses. Hold on. Give me a second. And then be able to have a conversation, right? Jess says, this is a good example. Such a person whose stated value is hate in fiction, but she doesn't watch Watchmen. I've only seen the movie. I don't have a reference for that, you know? Jess says, if you're a Nazi, defining values makes you ask yourself how you got there, because there's usually something under it driving it, a lack of community, feeling entitled simply for existing. There's a misplaced anger. We talked about this the other day on stream. White men who feel out of place and they don't have a future, that feeling they're having is real. Okay? But because your feelings are real, and they are real, you have to understand where they came from. Why do you have these feelings? If you stub your toe and it makes you angry because you're in pain, these are two separate relationships with self. One, I physically stubbed my toe, and two, I had an emotional reaction. Now you might say, oh my God, why are you having that emotional reaction? Oh, I stubbed my toe. Oh, that makes sense. Okay, maybe you stub your toe and you stab your wife because she's standing right in front of you. Okay, you stab your wife. Ow, I stubbed my toe. Ooh, stab my wife. And then the police come and say, hey, why'd you stab your wife? And you go, oh, I stubbed my toe. That's not why you stabbed your wife, homie. Okay, they're going to have some follow-up questions. Okay, but even though you stubbed your toe, why is that the reason you stabbed your wife? And that's how some of you sound. Some of you sound like, oh, but he stabbed his wife, but it makes sense because he stubbed his toe. And I'm like, no, that does not make sense. I'm gonna need more details. I don't get what's happening. Okay. Look at this TikTok I found.
Tell me how you define white identity.
Trump nominated a legit white nationalist to a top post at the State Department. I asked him some basic questions about his belief.
And what you think is tell me how you define white identity and what you think is being erased about white identity.
Certain types of Anglo derived culture that comes from our history. There's,
like what?
Let me think about this. Senator, I would say if you were to look at the book by one of your former Senate colleagues, Born Fighting, about the sort of Scotch-Irish military culture and certain, pride that went with that, that would be one example. Obviously, you could have sub-elements of that culture. You could have Italians, you could have Irish, and
First of all, I'm already dead.
Those are in many ways more.
Yeah, but you're worried about white culture. You're not worried about, you're now retreating to ethnic identity. You don't speak about ethnic identity. You speak about white identity. So tell me the values that stitch together white identity and that make it different than black identity.
I would say that the white church is very different than the black church in terms of its tone and style on average. Food ways could often be different.
And those
music could be different.
And those are being erased.
Music could be different. Well, if you look at the Super Bowl halftime show, which was not in English this year.
So our ability to access white churches or white food or white music is being erased?
I am concerned with the majority common American culture that we had for some time that through particularly mass immigration, I think has become much more balkanized, and I think that weakens us. And again, I'm not running away from that comment. I'm not apologizing for it.
Well, I'm way over my time. I think you're struggling to answer this question, right? Because underlying your beliefs is a sentiment that white culture is just simply better. Tell me how you define white.
So anyways, okay, hold on. Chat says, you said, I don't know if you're replying to me, but you said that's the problem because you only end up criticizing people who are trying to get better. Hold on. I think making the assessment about them based off that, does that make sense? Okay, what are you guys talking about here? Because I find this funny. Like, you only criticize people who are trying to get better. Can I get in on this conversation, chat? What are you guys talking about? Let's see. Because a person whose value is white supremacy, like the guy in the video, is never going to fail in adhering to that value. And when he does, it should be seen as good. Okay, that's what I thought you guys were talking about. So hear me out. I radically believe that human beings can get better. Because if I didn't, my life would look different. Because I believe human beings can get better, I show up the way I do on stream. Okay, remember that. I do give compliments to people for getting better, but no gold stars for the basics. I do not give out gold stars for basics. Okay, so you have to meet a threshold of action before you get any fucking gold star from me, because I'm not your fucking therapist or your mother. So there is a responsibility I think you have, and I'll be so lenient that I would say by 40 years old, look at me being so fucking generous. By 40 years old, if you ask for one gold star as you're becoming a grown up, you better fucking get out of my chat. Okay? You want a gold star, go talk to your therapist who should be giving you a gold star because you drank all your water today. You're not going to get it here. Actually, you will. Girls, make sure you drink your water. Let's go. Water break, hydrate. Guys, if you're worried about wrinkles, not that they matter, a lot of it comes from dehydration lines, okay? Okay, listen. The point is I want to reward people. You know, I saw a little good in Destiny, and I saw a lot of good in Sneeko. I see a lot of good in Asmon, and I see a lot of good in Hassan. I never want to talk to any of those motherfuckers ever. Because for all of their good, they really are just... They're not going to deconstruct. That's it. This is the best they're ever going to be. And it's not good enough. It's not good enough for the future. But I see it. I see the good in them. I just don't care about it. Because I'm not the one. I'm not the one who's going to convert them. I'm not the one who's going to change their mind. I'm not the one who's going to come into their life and they're going to be like, oh my God. They have to be the one. They have to be the one. Just like my siblings, just like my parents. They're such good people and they're such bad people. They do a lot of fucking harm. They do a lot of fucking harm. And I love them. But they can't come over. I love them. But they don't have the right to call me whenever they want. I love them. But we're not going to sit down and have barbecue and ignore the fact that they voted for a rapist. I love them. But no. And by the way, you know, again, when we talk about people doing better, we're talking about a lot of things of what we tolerate. Look, it's not my job to ask communities to tolerate change, but it is interesting that it is sort of interesting I don't know if I should bring this up as an example, but I do think it's interesting in many ways that, you know, that white lady we watched at the beginning who said fart N-word? And it was like the weirdest thing in the world. Like, why did your brain do that? Why did you say that? Remember how that video of Hassan came up on Foreign's video of him saying the N-word? And I was like, it's about like he gets the pass or other people get the pass or other people get, I think people should come back from saying slurs. But we should talk about the slur. We should talk about the conversation. We should talk about why you said that. Or we don't expect marginalized communities to like expect, you know, have them come in. Like, I feel like there's a misunderstanding of what it means to get better. If you can't have the conversation, if we can't talk about the conversation, you know what I mean? Then I don't get why you get a pass and somebody else doesn't get a pass. Why does he get a pass, but this person doesn't get a pass? What is the difference between them? Oh, there is a difference. You think there is a difference. What is it? Because I would love to hear it. I think they're to know if someone has grown, it's not about passes. It's about, oh, they don't need a pass, they grew. When you give them a pass, you're saying they don't have to grow and we're going to ignore it. I'm saying we have to, you know what I'm saying? I will give credit where credit is due if someone grows, but I'm not going to give you a pass, right? Does that kind of make sense? Is that more clear? Chet says your obvious unexamined bias against Piker is a glaring blight on your integrity. Okay, first of all, please be serious. Okay? Please be serious. Okay? Sounds like a 12-year-old was like, actually, this is Hassan Piker's my favorite, and he's really smart and strong. You sound like Elon Musk writing me a tweet, bro. Okay? Be serious. Okay. Okay. Let's watch this video. I think it'll be fun. This is Tommy Curry. Rethinking race and gender. Okay, we found Tommy yesterday and we're obsessed. But we're still getting to know him. Oh, is that Pinkard? Oh, wait, is that Steven Pinkard? Who was on the Epstein files? Who's on the Epstein jet? All these smart men in these bubbles claim smart men in quotations. Is that him? I can't tell. He's a white man with like a little bit of a fro. I just assume it's Steven Pinkard. It could be somebody else.
Excellent. So today I want to talk to you about something a little bit different. Largely when we have conversations about race and gender, we focus on politics. We focus on our sensibilities of how we think we should act towards people. And we focus on what we take to be an obvious and intuitive visibility.
Also, how many Hassan people are going to leave chat now that I'm going into a philosophy conversation? I'm not talking about their fave anymore. Because reminder, a lot of people will click on this to see Hassan conversations, but will they stay to watch a philosopher talk?
Of how patriarchy, gender works, specifically the oppression of women. What I'd like to do today is move beyond a conversation of politics to understand and diagnose how white supremacist patriarchal societies actually operate towards groups of racialized men excluded from that society. We've made general assumptions, largely coming out of the birth of second wave feminism in the 1960s and 70s, about how gender operates. The field that I started, Black Male Studies, takes a social, scientific, and conceptual view of how patriarchies around the world actually operate. And what we find when we empirically investigate genocides, imperial conquests, ethnic conflict, racist regimes, is that patriarchy seek to exterminate subordinate and racialized men, first in genocides and then throughout the rest of the repressive regime. Now, despite this obvious and historical fact that we could trace all the way back to antiquity, there's very little
Ooh, I love chat already saying, love Dr. Curry's ideas and really interesting, but I do got beef with some of his understanding of intersectional feminism. Love that. Love that. Let's remember to like people's body of work and still criticize the parts of it that we think aren't there yet, because all of us are thought. All of us are flawed. Okay?
Conversation.
Chat says, does pretty privilege give people passes? Scientifically and statistically, yes. People think pretty people don't commit crimes or are evil, and that's another part of the problem. Are you fighting your biases when you're interacting with, quote, pretty versus, quote, ugly people? We know this is literally true. Is Are you, look, Hassan is a handsome man, okay? Is his audience understanding the bias that plays into this? Does he understand this? That's the point. I'm not saying, that's what I'm saying. That's why he knows fat phobia is a problem. He knows what it was like to be a fat kid, and now he knows what it's like to be a guy who's in shape, and he knows his life was different. That's the point.
About how subordinate and racialized men are actually oppressed by patriarchal, white supremacist, and racist societies. So we tried to remedy that in the study of black men and their vulnerability. Now, when I was in the United States, I gave a lecture for black academics. And black academics is like the Black TED Talk. All right. And I said, I challenge the audience to think about this seriously. That while we'll disown the racist caricatures of black men and boys as super predators, we simultaneously imagine them as voids, vacuous figures that we're fine not knowing. We don't care about how they suffer during their lives, but love performing outrage at their deaths.
Ooh.
So black men and boys in the United States have been shown to the world largely as victims of police violence. The popularity of BLM in the UK, the protest for racial justice, uses the black male body as a symbol. But the corpse signals something to the world. It's dead flesh. It represents nothing but the interpretation that the world seeks to impose upon it, which is why many of the conversations surrounding the death of young black men and boys in the United States revolves around the demonization of their lives. We all know Emmett Till. Yeah. Emmett Till became a symbol of civil rights. But I want you to pay attention to something. Don't focus on the grotesque nature of what happened to this young man. Ask yourself a more fundamental question. What does it show us? What does it demonstrate to us? The mutilated black male body. We're disgusted by the fact that something like this could happen to a human being. But I ask you to think about the fact that young black boys in the United States have never been seen as human beings.
Okay, let's take a big breather right there. Right? I just want to answer chat. It's a deviation, but it's important. You said, are y'all anti-Luigi too? I personally am not anti-Luigi. I'm anti all white men with guns. You'll never see me supporting a group of men. And you'll never see me supporting men who choose violence. Okay? That's my position. So if you fit into that category, right? I'm not saying I'm anti-Luigi, but I am not about to support a man with a gun. Okay?
And I don't mean that rhetorically. I don't mean to create the impulse that, oh, we must reach towards humanity. I'm asking you to conceptualize more seriously the fact that in contemporary Western democracies, we have groups of populations that are not seen as human or are treated as such. And if we take that as a starting point of how we analyze questions of racism, and particularly the racialized male situation, can we be surprised that this is the outcome? Does this not seem like the inevitability of people who live in our contemporary societies but are still dehumanized? This is something that ran in National Geographic a few years ago. It was celebrated because it was trying to show the suffering that mothers had to the death of young black men and boys. Now, to most people, this would seem unproblematic. But I ask you this question. What living being is presented to the world as a corpse? What is it in the imagery of black men as quantitative numbers, statistics, that are no longer alive, that so motivates the world to pay attention? But notice in this image, it's not the black boy that's the focus of this editorial. It's the black mother. So like Emmett Till, where the black mother decided to show the world the horror, the empathy that we have for the situation goes to the mother and not to the void that is the black male. Can we empathize or sympathize for black men and boys? And if we can't, what is it that makes that quality so palatable? So what I want to do is start with some very basic social scientific facts about black men and boys that I really think drives this point home. So for those of you who don't know, in the United States, black males have the lowest life expectancy of any group. Now, after COVID, that life expectancy decreased another 3 years. So roughly black men live between 67 and 70 years compared to...
Pause. From my understanding, according to the documentary I watched on veganism as I was going on along my journey, the black community in the United States is the fastest growing plant-based vegan community, specifically around health reasons, because plant-based diets show great improvement in your health if you stick to them. So, you know, again, plant-based, vegan, it's good for the animals, it's good for the planet, it's good for you, it's good for everyone. I'm not making a prescription. I'm not saying you should be. I'm saying the data is the data. You do with that what you will.
To the rest of the population. Now, while people look at this and say, well, men generally die earlier, etc., what I ask you to look is the negative slope, the disparity. Why are we so comfortable with the absence of a certain demographic in a population? If we are indeed a democratic society, what is it about the black male population, the negative stereotypes, criminals, rapists, lower IQs than their female counterparts and whites, thieves? What is it that we're so comfortable accepting about this group, such that it not only justifies their exclusion, but their outright absence, if not disappearance, from our social spaces? This is a curve showing the percentage of survival curve showing the percentage of black men or black males that reach the age of 20. Think about that, 20 years old. Someone who barely gets past their teenage years. See, back in the 1970s, two sociologists argued that the difference between American racism and the liberal conceptualization of racism as discrimination was that black males suffer from institutional decimation. Now, James Stewart and his co-authors suggested that if we look at how racism actually operates, moving from segregation to an integration in society, we don't get the promise of racial equality that we thought. In other words, desegregation did not eliminate both the state and social pressures to eliminate groups they thought were threats to white society. Now, while that's an unpopular view for people who think that civil rights and democracy have moved us to the promised land, to a truly civil and tolerant society, you have to ask yourselves, why is it that the exemptions we find in the society are so powerful and mimic what we've seen throughout history? Said differently, what is it about the spectacle of lynching, about the mutilation of black male bodies, that seems so repetitive, that seems like such a persistent technology of racial oppression, that we could both recognize the deaths of young black men and boys in the United States as a terror and a lynching that mimics and imitates what we've seen throughout history, especially with that of Emmett Till? Now, a lot of focus has come on the killing of black people by police in the United States. I'll tell you, growing up in the United States, I'm from the South, I've had guns pulled on me more times than not. Well, the first times actually was when I was in grad school at DePaul University. I actually had a pea coat on in the middle of the winter with a chest bag around my chest going to the chess club. Two cops came up to my window pointing guns at me, and one was behind me, right? Like on his edge of the window with his gun pointing to me. So 3 guns pointed at me, all right? And I remember I didn't tell my mom at the time. She would have made me come home. But it tells you something. My heartbeat didn't even jump, because I knew that if it did, it would be an excuse for them to shoot me dead right there. Now imagine that. Don't imagine that as a racial situation, a horrible racial circumstance. Imagine that as the condition that black boys are trained to deal with from birth. Imagine being in a society so hostile to you that your death doesn't even flicker in terms of the societal norms that you have. So when we talk about gender, when we talk about patriarchal oppression, hell, when we talk about racism, it's not to intimate an idea of unfairness. Rather, it's talking about actual processes that overwhelmingly European countries have used to experiment with various strategies of death and dying against a marginalized racial population.
Let's listen to that part again really
fast. To experiment with various actual processes made an idea of unfairness. Talk about racism. It's not to intimate an idea of unfairness. Rather, it's talking about actual processes that overwhelmingly European countries have used to experiment with various strategies of death and dying against a marginalized racial population.
I think what that says to me, what my brain hears, is because, you can look at it in some ways zoomed out and say life is unfair. Okay, put that aside. But what I think he's doing, what I think he's saying, is that it isn't about fairness, it's about intention. Because when we think about unfair or fair, we think of it as an afterthought to the intentionality of kind of like capitalism, kind of like the economy is working right now in the United States. People will say, oh, this is because of feminism, or this is because women are working as well as men, or this is working exactly the way it was intended. We have to understand the reason people are anti-capitalism is because the way it means to work intentionally is bad. The way these systems are meant to work is not good. Okay, use whatever language better works for your brain, right? So I think sometimes we, it's like this weird, that weird idea of fairness. Like fairness is a funny word. I do think philosophically, I'd like to remind myself that like life isn't fair, meaning it's not set in stone, that I would be guaranteed or entitled to a life that was long or a life that was good. But instead I am the result of a mating ritual that brought me into the universe, and now I exist, and now I have to do something with that existence. And so I'm going to try, and if it doesn't work, hey, what are you going to do? But I didn't choose to be here, and I understand it is what it is. It's not about it. How are they getting a consent from a people that don't, you know, how are my parents going to ask for my consent, right? So I'm here. I'm not an antinatalist. I'm here. So if I am here, what does it mean to be here? Now, I think personally, we all need to go home and remind ourselves that we are more than how the world sees us. That's so important. And then when we step out of our front door, process that the world is definitely seeing us. And maybe you can think of it as an autistic sense of being perceived. Like so much of my life, I do not enjoy being perceived. Like sometimes the hesitation I have before coming on stream is like, man, I do not want to be perceived today. When I take public transit, I'm sitting on the bus. I just do not want to be perceived today. And that perception is the exhaustion comes from all of the expectations of that perception. I don't want to have to be perceived today, either as super, super hot or super, super ugly or super, super tired or super, super girl or super, super boy. Like, I don't want to be perceived today. And so like, you know, yeah, okay, yeah. So speaking of capitalism, are you able to edit which ads play? They are gambling ads playing. No, from my understanding, like I just click everything and hope you guys use ad blocker or pay for premium. I can ask YouTube to keep out certain things, and I've tried to set those settings, but I don't know if they work because apparently people have told me they've seen ICE ads and Israel ads on my videos. So talk about harm reduction. It's like, you know, this is the part about being a creative that's so hard too. You know, look, if I ever made enough money on my videos, I would take off ads. But your girl is not making that kind of money, okay, with peace and love. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want, and I, especially in this economy, would hate for my viewers to feel obligated because I have such a small audience. It'd be different if I had 50,000 people watching, then I could ask for $1 and everybody could afford it. But like, I can't ask people to support, you know what I mean? So the ads help. The ads make it so you guys don't necessarily have to become members. So it's a fucking double-edged sword, let me tell you.
So if we start thinking about racism as a process that brings about death, then it's not surprising to see why black men are 2.5 times more likely to be killed by police, and black women are about 1.4 times more likely to be killed by police than white women. And while
I gotta hear that again.
Police, then it's not surprising to see why black men are 2.5 times more likely to be killed by police, and black women are about 1.4 times more likely to be killed by police than white women. And while people have tried to play this out in the media as a kind of gender war, I urge you just to look at the facts. That means that 96 per 100,000 black men will be killed, compared to 5.4 per 100,000 their female counterpart. Think about that disparity. So then what does it mean to suggest being male in patriarchal white societies are privilege, or power? Your life chances are almost cut in half. But we don't have an analysis to think about the ways that oppression is systemically intertwined with the desire that white societies have to be rid of these groups of people.
Wait. Intersectional feminism, right? Isn't that where intersectional feminism would come in?
And that's why I ask and urge you, when you start thinking about the ways that white societies regulate themselves, deal with undesirables, choose not to let certain migrant populations into the country, then you're dealing with a deliberate strategy engineered by the state and the population to make sure not only that the population looks a certain way, but that it has the proper and legitimate democratic means to exterminate and eliminate populations that it sees fit.
Can I just say, once again, this is why I say you should be suspicious that Hassan Piker is the #1 voice with a microphone on the left. How can we be the left who's anti-white supremacy, who's anti-patriarchy, and our #1 guy is Hassan Piker?
Fit. And that's what's interesting about the vulnerability of black men and boys. The disparities that you see in terms of lifetime risks means that black men and boys live in a situation of surveillance. And I want to stress this point. That means that within a democratic society that we claim is evolved and free, a civil society that is supposed to be based on recognition and dialogue.
Chad says, why is he less attractive when he's trying to be? Because he's uncomfortable. That whole photo shoot, he was so uncomfortable. It was not his element. Let me tell you, if that photo shoot had been empowering, if he had been comfortable, we could talk about it. But also try to imagine Malcolm X doing a bathtub photo for GQ. Just imagine it and tell me, like, are we being serious here? Listen, I'm not saying you can't do photo shoots like that and be serious, but I'm not sure how serious we can be in this context, okay? Like, but... you know, maybe that's part of the problem with that particular decision.
we have absolutely no problem accepting that genocidal mechanisms and techniques are being used towards a certain population. So that means that there is not an incompatibility between surveillance, death, and other strategies of dying that we take to be incompatible with a free society. Studying black men and boys points out this contradiction. It is not an urge for us to incorporate them into some system of recognition that it tugs at the heartstrings of the white population. Rather, in studying the vulnerability of black men and boys, we understand that it points out the contradiction of our systemic and conceptual analysis. That democracy not only thrives instead of fails with the murder of certain people, but is accepted as a norm and better for the society. People have become enriched. Darren Wilson almost became a millionaire when he killed a young boy in Missouri. You have white people contributing to the Justice Fund and the enrichment of
Nothing shows me how powerful white supremacy is than that situation with the young autistic boy, the black boy, and the white woman called him a slur, and then she raised all that money. And that's the point. Like, please, again, I know the systems are a problem, but human beings are not that great. We're pretty fucking shitty. We're really bad. And we keep not understanding that the systems are a symptom of humanity as a whole, right? They are a symptom of humanity as a whole. I'm not blaming you. I'm not holding you responsible for system issues. I'm saying the systems are a reflection. Okay? It's really hard to be a good person, you know? Mabel, thank you so much for the super chat. Says, check out Michi X, but beware she has no filter. Who is that? I don't know who that is. Okay. I'll copy and paste it. I don't know if this chatter just came in. They said, do not compare Hassan with Malcolm X. I'm saying don't compare Malcolm with Malcolm. Don't tell me that. I've been saying that. You said, imagine Malcolm X in the bathtub. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying, imagine how unserious it is that people think he's Malcolm X. People out here in my chat yesterday, he's our only hope. He's our only hope. I love Malcolm. I have a deep, deep respect for Malcolm, even though he's problematic. But I'm saying he's not Malcolm X. I'm saying stop treating Hassan like he's a revolutionary. Stop treating Hassan like he's one of the greats. He's not. That's what I'm saying.
Of white people, largely white men, who are killing black men and boys in my country. So where's the outrage? Where's the disgust? Is it simply in the political movements that happen to make it across the ocean? But then you ask yourself the question, despite the celebration and recognition of Black Lives Matter, has the deaths of black men decreased? And the answer is no. So in Ashley Plant, Jopelin, and Kutzman's study, they actually wanted to understand the trigger that black maleness had in the minds of whites. So utilizing college-educated white students, what they showed was that white participants showed a pronounced bias towards shooting black men, but a bias away from shooting black women and white in-group members. Participants in their study were biased away from shooting the female suspects, even when the female suspects were armed. Specifically, when responding to black and white women, participants tended to make more mistakes of not shooting armed suspects than mistakenly shooting unarmed suspects. So that's what this looks like. Look at the error in shooting unarmed black men. And this is what I mean. This is real time. A bunch of college-educated white people were more likely to shoot an unarmed black man than armed white men, armed white women, armed black women.
To continue watching this video.
Okay, that reminded me of, we watched the Katrina documentary, this Tommy Curry, philosopher Tommy Curry. We watched a Katrina documentary, really sad, and the governor had, I don't know how the fuck she decided this was a good idea, gave people free reign to sort of like quote and protect their property, quote. And this white racist family used it as an excuse to shoot people. Of course, they were black. And the gentleman was walking trying to get to the next port. And he said it came out of nowhere. He was shot and he was on the floor and he didn't know what had happened. And this white family, when asked about it, I think the person who shot him is facing, he's in prison serving a federal sentence. But he was like, they told us we could do it. Fuck those people, blah, blah, blah. They're thieves. They're da-da. Katrina is such a good example of this, right? It's such a good example of institutionalized racism. And then the way the media allowed us to play into that racist narrative that people were looting and people were stealing and people were using opportunities to, when the situation was so dire in Katrina, the people were left to die, to basically die from heat stroke and drowning and all these things for like a week. and the government couldn't intercede or didn't intervene fast enough or well enough. And a big part of that is they first showed up with guns. And then the military guy, he was a black guy. I don't know his name, but he came in and said, put down your weapon, like put down your guns. And it's just crazy that it took a black person to tell these white people with guns, put down your guns because you're coming into black neighborhoods with your guns raised. And then what they do, so white people show up to black neighborhoods with their gun raised and black people feel defensive. And then they're like, why are you so defensive? Why are you showing up with guns? We're asking for diapers. You know, it's like we create the conditions of our life in so many ways and not in others. You have to hold both of these truths at the same time. You create the condition for your life, and not always. These white people create a condition consistently that creates a tension between them and marginalized communities. And then they wonder why marginalized communities are so angry and they don't understand the circumstance in which this occurred, which is separate from blaming marginalized communities for the struggles they're facing when all they're asking for is the basics. Okay? So these things are different. So we understand that individually, and why I say, again, the problem with politics is that individually, only you can go to therapy for your schizophrenia. Personally, only you can go to therapy for your molestation. Personally, only you can go to therapy for being bullied in school. The system, the collective can't send you to therapy. You have to go to therapy. You have to work on yourself. You have to heal your wounds. You have to check your mental health. Okay? I do strongly believe that a lot of bigotry was rooted in unchecked fear that has been almost like metastasized, right? Is that the right word? Into this very ugly sense of bigotry in being, in which your character is so devoid of value. The only way you know how to exist and grow old and die is ugly and bitter. And I'm saying go to therapy and check your mental health. Look at your philosophical perspective. What is your perspective on the world? Okay? And see what that will do for the collective, see what that will do for the world. But we can't, once again, ask men to be less misogynistic and not understand that's an individual decision. For men, in order as men as a system to be dismantled, men as individuals have to hold their friends accountable. They have to go to therapy. They have to face themselves. They have to look in the mirror. And so, yes, politically, systems are responsible, but philosophically, we are responsible. We have to drag our butts into therapy. We have to do the work. We have to read the books. Okay? Yeah, Chad says it's a whole identity shift. It's a whole identity shift. It's like you're a brand new person. I can't recognize you anymore. Too many people on the internet, I recognize them. And shout out to all the people that used to watch me like 10, 15 years ago when I was a very different person, coming in and saying, oh my God, Brittany, you've changed so much. You're such a different person now. Thank you. Thank you. I work really hard at it. Thank you. You know? And that's what I want. But when you've been watching a streamer and you can't tell if this clip is from 3 years ago or 2 months ago, that's the point. You know? Okay. Okay, let's see. Is there somebody in chat? Oh, who and what is Malcolm X? I'm okay. I'm glad you're asking. He has really interesting speeches. I consider him a philosopher. Malcolm, I think he's an activist, a revolutionary, a philosopher, an activist. I like him from a philosophical lens. I think he's really interesting, and he has some really great speeches on the internet. And I definitely think you should check those out, especially now. You know, I think some of it will be very useful. You know. Yeah, oh my God, chat. Yes, used to watch you way back in the day. Love that. Well, I'm glad you found me again too. Right? Chess says, I'm not gonna lie, I stayed away from you, as you should have, you know. Let's see. Mabel, thank you so much for the super chat. You said for YS's. No, not YS's, WS's. Wait. What's WS's? Creating those conditions is the point. The global white population is in a decline and they are afraid of retribution. Help me. White supremacists. Oh, thank you. Thank you, chat. I was like, Thank you. Oh, white saviors? Wait, white supremacists or white saviors? White supremacists. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Tess says, I couldn't watch you much like 3 years ago, but now I'm here every day. Hey, I love that too. You know, white sauce, white supremacy, white society, white sauce. White semen? Just kidding. Whoa, slow down. Okay, hold on. Let's read that again. Okay, hold on. Okay, for white no, I lost it again. For whites, how did I lose it again? For white supremacists, creating these conditions is the point. The global white population is in decline and they are afraid of retribution. You know, let me tell you this. This goes back to national Christian, Christian nationalism. And this goes back to this whole idea, it's obviously white supremacy disguised as religion, and which is why I think you should be extra suspicious of patriarchal religions, right? Again, love people, hold systems accountable. Love people, put down boundaries. Love people, feed people, clothe people, house people, get people healthcare, and understand the same people you're marching next to might be the worst person you've ever met. Guys, you must understand that a part of the reason the revolution is so hard is because you have to link arms with rapists. You say you don't, but we are not checking every single person's background before we decide to link arms against fascists. If we are fighting a war, then some people on the right side of history will also be rapists, will also be racists, will also be homophobes. Because if you as a collective, if there's two sides, right? It's not like all of the rapists are automatically MAGA, you know, or some rapists aren't going to be on, quote, the liberal side. We don't know, right? Yes, discourse said exactly. We don't know who the person next to us is. We don't know who they are. But, and this is the hard part, as we move forward as a group, you know, they call it the blue wave, okay? Well, once the wave settles, girly, we're at the beach again, and I've got rocks poking into my feet because I'm in Croatia. We don't have sand beaches. And I have some questions. Why is this rock poking in my foot, and why is it calling me a slur? And that's the point. If we know Gavin Newsom, if we know the Democrats, if we know the elected officials are fucked up, how do you think the people are? That's where I'm so confused with people, you know? Yeah, Chad says, wasn't there a Black Panther who was rapist? I saw a TikTok on that recently. I feel like I learned so much from these niche. I really do love TikTok. I'm going to be so sad if it goes away because I really do find the most niche content creators talking about this stuff, and they have books and data and evidence. And I'm like, holy shit. That's the thing you have to remember is just because you're on the right side of history in this way doesn't mean you're on the right side of history in this way. That's why I say, hey, when the war is done and the revolution is fought, we still have to go home and talk to our family about their problems. That's why I say, we are us as a species are we have a huge flaw in our usness. Our usness? You know? We have a huge issue in the usness. But let's find some touted Ching to read, to breathe, you know? How about this? 71, not knowing. Not to know the things you ought to know is folly. To know that there are some things you cannot know is wisdom. The wise recognize the limits of their knowledge, and the foolish think they know everything. We've heard that in variations, right? All I know is that I know nothing. I think that's attributed to Socrates a lot of the time, right? How about this one? Courage and caution. I think appropriate. 73. Reckless courage leads to death. Cautious courage leads to life. These two things, courage and caution, must be balanced. The right thing at one time is the wrong thing at another. This is why the wise approach everything with both courage and caution. The Tao does not fight, yet it conquers. It makes no demands, yet it receives. It issues no summons, but things come to it naturally. The Tao's reach is vast indeed. It casts a wide net and loses nothing. You know? I like a little balance. I used to think when I was trying to do stuff 3 or 4 years ago, and I was trying to build bridges with all these people, you know, because I'd been flying solo for a bit. I had just come out of collabing with Lindsay and Contra, which was a huge mistake, obviously. And that went really badly. And I hated, that was a horrible era. Shu and all those people and Blair White, that was a horrible era. So I stopped collabing with people. I was like, no more. Then I came back and I was like, okay, let me try to collab with people again. Who do you recommend? My audience was like, hey, there's a progressive, non-binary guy named Destiny. And I was like, okay. So I collabed with Destiny, and that was a whole year of fucking madness. I think it was 2 years total, but of the main, but that was crazy. Okay. Then I tried saying, okay, I'm not going to collab with anybody except women I strictly vet. And then I collabed with, Bray Hartley and the Thought Spot and some other really great women in the space, and that's been better. But I think what's difficult is that I did this with Britt Hartley. I messaged Britt Hartley and I was like, hi, I know this isn't socially what's expected, but I just got to make sure, are you like racist? I was like, are you pro-genocide? I was like, are you a Zionist? And she was like, nah, dude, like, fuck Israel, fuck Zionism, like, and she openly talks about that on her stuff. But I had to be like, I just had to check because I'm so sick of doing these collaborations and then finding out later, not that it can guarantee the vetting process, right? Because at the end of the day, like, they could do something tomorrow, right? But it's the idea that I never had to do that before. It was always just assumed that if you were progressive or left, you were safe. Until we started finding out and realizing like, oh, yeah, I don't think I want to talk to liberals, or hey, I don't think it's safe to be talking to these people. So then it's like, okay, now we have to start asking these, questions. But, and yeah, Chet says it's not a guarantee, but at least you did your due diligence. Hey, at least I tried. Chet says, can you fill out this worksheet real quick? Yeah, it's like, can you fill out this little quiz real fast? It's kind of crazy, but I think that's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to have the courage, but I'm also trying to be cautious. I don't want to have to fight, but I do want to, I don't know about conquer, but I want to top a bitch on occasion. When I say bitch, I mean non-derogatory. Honestly, this is not a safe space for men to be using bitch casually like that, but okay. But I want to be able to know my place and to contribute. And I have to make a decision by 40. That's my cutoff, okay? My cutoff is by 40. I have to make a decision how I'm showing up on stream. I have to make a decision if I'm going to eradicate all slurs, including the B word, out of my vocabulary completely and come to stream only focused on what we're focused on. Because, like, again, we've watched too many philosophers and too many academics and too many people who don't have to use that casual friend language in order to make their move. But I have to make that decision, Because the thing is like, we don't know who's listening. We don't know who's watching. And so it's not that we want to censor ourselves for conservatives. We're not trying to be prudes. It's that, at the end of the day, a slur is a slur and not everybody is safe. Yeah. Yeah. Something like that, I don't know. I'll make a decision, but at least you're watching me in real time. Think about it. That's the thing is like, isn't this interesting? Is this fun for you guys to watch in real time a person try to figure out the best way to show up in this position? It's not that I try to hold everyone to the same standard I hold myself to, but it does feel really funny to me that I'm obviously trying to hold myself up to a standard that says it doesn't matter if you know your inner thoughts, Brittany. What matters is like, it does matter how you show up. You know your intentions and you know your good intentions, but those good intentions, like sometimes the road to hell is paved in good intentions and you could be one of them. And so it's like, okay, it doesn't matter how much good I do. It doesn't matter how I show up. I need to be intentional. But then I have to train myself to be intentional. And that is a process, right? Because, you get activated, chat gets crazy. You want to clap back, Mabel with the super chat, thank you so much, says, no more Tarantino dialogue for Brittany. Hee Tarantino. Is that a Django reference? Because because he loves his slurs? Tarantino? Is that the joke? Did I get the joke? Because I just said that joke to my partner the other day. I was like, because Tarantino is infamously like a fan of Epstein. He's like infamously pretty shitty. I was like, oh, and he definitely wrote himself into Django just so he could say all those N-words. Absolutely. Yeah, Tarantino's the worst. He's the worst. And I used to eat up his films. The way Kill Bill was, oh my God, the way I love Tarantino films at one point. And then one day I was like, hold up. This guy's suspicious. This guy's the suspicious guy, Oh yeah. He's a predator defender, bro. Full on predator defender. Crazy. Chess says, how do you feel about separation from the artist? We talk about this a lot here. I do think it is, I think it's a little bit contextual, but I think generally speaking, I, at least personally, find myself very put off by certain people after a while. Like, it's hard to enjoy the content when you when you know certain things. Like I definitely like just follow, kind of like food. I lose my taste for them. That's how it feels. Like I used to enjoy this food so much, but now it's like, yeah, I just stopped listening or I stopped watching people most of the time. And also sometimes it depends. Like sometimes I boycott fully, and sometimes I just lose a taste for it because it's like, ugh, how am I supposed to enjoy this when I know? You know? Yeah. But I also think there's a way to observe art from an observational perspective that says, I don't need to be a fan or enjoy this, but I can be critical of it as well. So I give myself an opportunity to do all three. So in order to introspect, like I'm working on this podcast. I think I'll probably do it. I always change up my podcast ideas last minute because like I'm a neurodivergent girly. But I want to talk about that artist who killed animals to make art pieces out of them. And I want to talk about like the ethics and morals around that. And it's weird because like I want to observe it, and I also want to say, like, there's so many layers to the observation. I'm not a fan of the work. I think the work is disgusting. And I also want to understand why I think the work is disgusting. Why, you know, obviously I know what I think it is now that I'm on this plant-based journey, but you know, there's so many layers to it. I just like imagine being a guy who like, yeah, it's so weird. Anyways, that's my thoughts on that. Chet says, I don't think we unpacked what the philosopher was saying. How are we saying that people need to go to therapy after showing a chart that shows there are a lot of bigotry amongst white women? Most therapists are white women. Well, we can start by encouraging men to not see psychology or therapy or any of those fields as girl fields. We can start by, obviously our communities are doing the work, but marginalized communities, there's a whole scene on, what's that show on Netflix? With that girl who's a comedian with the curly hair and she's super cutesy and she's she has like a clothing store she wants to open, and she's black and her guy friend's black, and he's realizing he has to go to therapy, and then he goes to his boys are playing, you know, they're all playing basketball together, and then he's like, guys, I have to tell you something, and all the friends are like locked in, like, oh no, what is it? Like thinking it's gonna be bad, and he's like, I think I need to go to therapy. And they're like, oh, I've been going to therapy for weeks, for months, for years. And he's like, you're going to therapy and you didn't tell me? And they go, yeah, everyone's going to therapy. And he goes, what? And then he goes to his first therapy session. It was with a black man. And he's like got his defenses up and he's got his wall up, right? And then after a while, he starts like getting the hang of it. You know, you start to get the hang of it. And that's what it is. It's about encouraging men to see it as something that you just do. That's why I'm mad at Hassan for not going to therapy. How could Hassan sit here with his big fucking microphone and not go to therapy? Thank you. Thank you. How are we going to talk about men not going to therapy, not doing the work, and then Hassan gets out of it, and he goes, everyone in my life is telling me to go to therapy. Everyone keeps telling me, but I'm just going to talk to my chat. Don't you see what I'm saying? Be quiet. It would have been better if you didn't even say anything about it. You should have just said, oh yeah, I'm looking into that. But I guess that would have been a liar too. We don't want a liar. Actually, fuck that. Don't lie. Good on you for telling the truth. But also like, you know, I hate that. I hate that shit. Like we have so many problems in the world and you're not even doing the basics. No gold stars for the basics. A man can't even get himself into therapy? What do you want, a gold fucking star? Don't get me wrong. I do give gold stars, especially to conservatives who go to therapy, because I'm like, this is big, but a progressive going to therapy, no gold star. See how the standards are different? I'm not giving any gold stars to a progressive, allegedly progressive man for going to therapy. Okay, dude, do you also wipe your own ass and brush your teeth? That's the default expectation I have. What do you mean? But if a conservative goes, hey, dude, I'm actually going to a real therapist, I'm like, okay. And that's called meeting people where they are. That's called meeting people where they are. Okay. But yeah, I think it'd be nice to start encouraging people to go into the fields, encouraging people to be involved, and encouraging people to understand that it will be hard to find a good therapist. I think I emailed over 70 therapists until I found good ones. So I paid 6 sessions worth to a bad therapist. So you also have to understand that finding a good therapist is hard, right? Chat says, what are the chances of finding a leftist therapist, a progressive therapist? You're not appreciating my concerns here. I'm not your mother and I'm not your therapist. Your concerns are none of my business. Would you like to say that again in a nicer way that doesn't make you feel entitled to my emotional labor, given that I'm being very fucking optimistic for you right now? See how you're requiring me to be more knowledgeable than you, more excited for you, more resource-based than you? If you want a therapist who's progressive, you look for progressive therapists. You email the therapist, hi, I'm looking for a progressively minded therapist. Would that be you? Right? I'm very interested and I would like this. That's what I did. When I emailed therapists, I said, hi, I'm this, this, and this. I need a therapist who's this, this, and this to help me with my life. Do you qualify? And I see that you're apologizing and I see you're saying I didn't mean it in that way. And yet here we are. Okay? So if you want my suggestion, I hear your concern. It's everyone's concern. There are not enough therapists to go around in general. Mental health professionals are overbooked and exhausted and burnt out. Yes, you will have a hard time finding a good therapist. That doesn't mean they don't exist, but you will have a hard time doing it. Okay? Babel with the super chat says, we have to not call men homophobe slurs either when they are vulnerable and open up. We can't tear them down and get Pikachu face when it backfires. Yeah, I mean, I don't know who the we is here, because I certainly do not call men homophobic slurs for going to therapy. But I will say that in general, there is that idea. I mean, I think you mean we, like the royal, like everybody. Yeah, there is that relationship too, like thinking you're weak for being vulnerable or thinking you're, quote, gay or whatever for going to therapy. And yes, chat, remember you can always change therapists. Not only can you change therapists, you are the boss. You are the customer. Go to the session. If it's not a vibe, no. But be honest with yourself that you're ready for therapy. Because if you're not ready for therapy, you're going to spend $145 for a 45-minute session and you're not going to do anything. Okay? Also, make sure while you're going to therapy, because that's your mental health, you're also working on your philosophical understanding, which is your why. And maybe that would help you understand why you're going to therapy. For me, it was life and death. It was either kill myself or go to therapy and figure out what's wrong with me. So put that on a credit card. Okay? I did put that on a credit card, right? Because otherwise, I wasn't going to be here. So you have to make a decision too about why go to therapy. I know for somebody in my life, a man in my life just started going, and for him, it was like he just didn't know what to do anymore. And sometimes it's the best time to go, and it's working out great for him right now. Though I will warn you, when you first go to therapy, you might get overly excited and you might think it's going to start working right away. Therapy takes time. And sometimes even years later, it starts hitting you what you've learned. So I also know that, be cautious about therapy doesn't mean to overpromise results. Therapy is the exploration into why your brain, why your childhood. Philosophy is the relationship to why existence, why consciousness, right? Politics is why systems, why policy. Okay? So these are different things. And so just, be reasonable and grounded as you start the process. You don't go to the gym and think you're going to be ready for a bodybuilding contest in, 2 weeks, right? Same thing with therapy or anything else. So just take a deep breath, one step at a time, and make sure you know the best of your ability why you're there. And, stop therapy, start therapy, stop. It's really just, don't overpromise to yourself or others. That's what I try to do. That's why marriage is so good, because we don't overpromise. Okay, girls. Last questions. Let's go. Bring them up, because we're ending stream. But there are harms that come from a therapist who isn't progressive. People are hesitant. It's not like they are just being foolish. I would argue that the harm from no therapy could be worse than harm from a bad therapist, or harm from a bad therapist could be worse than not therapy, but you'll never know until you try. Because what bad therapy taught me was what good therapy was. I had a bad therapist, and 6 sessions in, I realized I was like, I think I'm just a paycheck to you. I'm going to go look for a different therapist. And when I found the second therapist, she was amazing. First session, I just knew. I was like, oh, you're the girl. You're the lady. And it was great. You know? And yeah, like it's the same thing with dating. Like the wrong relationship could end your life, but you're not going to stop dating, right? Trust yourself. The first step to really being a person is learning to trust yourself. Use data, use discernment, accept you will make mistakes, and learn to trust yourself. Learn to trust that you know a good therapist from a bad one. And in the same way you would know if an exercise was working for you at the gym. You know, are you building muscle, or do you keep hurting yourself and injuring yourself? You know, right? That kind of stuff, you know? Okay. Yeah, all therapy isn't good therapy, but good therapy can change your life. Yeah. Same with philosophy. You know, all philosophy isn't good philosophy, but good philosophy can change your life. All sex isn't good sex, but good sex can change your life. Not all drugs are good drugs, but, you know, but I always say a bad trip is a good trip, even when it's a bad trip. Read all books, even bad books. You know, take just the right amount of risk. You know, again, courage and caution. Courage and caution. Be courageous. Seek out therapy. But use wisdom and discernment. Be cautious. Okay? It takes a little bit of courage to become the person who is really joyful, you know? Same with doctors. Yes, chat. Same with doctors. You guys are allowed to fire your doctor and get a new one. You're allowed to get a second opinion. I always make sure my doctors are chill. My last doctor was actually a nurse practitioner, and then we worked alongside a doctor, and she was really great. She put this birth control in my arm, and she was more conservative because I was in a conservative Trump town at the time. And I told her, I was like, hey, I'm really progressive. I'm like really progressive. And I need somebody who understands that. She's like, I got you. And I was like, are you sure? She was like, listen, I'm pretty conservative, but whatever you want, I'm on board. I was like, birth control? She's like, I'm on board. I was like, gay relationship? She's like, I'm on board. I get it. And I was like, okay. And we had a good time together. She was good. She provided good medical care. I had a really good relationship with her. She was also young. She was like 42, maybe 45. She was great. But I am, you know, yeah, she was great. And that's, you know, that's the other thing. Her personal views versus my medical care. What came first was my medical care, you know? And that's the point. Yeah, she was cool. She was cool. Okay, girls, thank you for being here. Please have a really good weekend and be safe to yourselves. Be safe, be good to yourselves. And, you know, once again, you know, listen, do you know why I think that picture is so funny? Because I wanted it to be, I saw those pictures, and as an autistic person, I said to myself, as a person who does sex work, as a person who has an OF, as a person who has a very banging Instagram, I always know when someone's comfortable. And Hassan is so uncomfortable. And I just wish he had a photographer or a community or a photo shoot that really embodied how comfortable he is. But if I'm being honest, I think how uncomfortable Hassan looks in this photo shoot is exactly why he won't go to therapy. I think if he went to therapy, he'd do a better photo shoot. He's not comfortable in his body. He's not comfortable in himself. And how could he be? He never allows himself to do the work. Okay? Jordan, thank you so much for the super chat. Super appreciate it. Thank you so much. With that said, I'll see you Monday. Bye.